Chapter 1982. Chi-La. As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Demon Envoy stretched out his hand. His shriveled palm was like a vulture's claw, and his sharp fingernails were like sharp blades. As they curled up slightly, they emitted a cold light. Demonic chi surged as he instantly pounced in front of Du Xiaofu. Woo-woo! The terrifying black runes in front of the sharp claw seemed to tear through the void, shredding the space around Du Xiaofu. Amidst the cries of ghosts and gods, the black runes viciously swept towards Du Xiaofu's head. This kind of claw seal sealed off the void's escape route and froze the space. It did not hide its killing intent at all. Just as the Earth Demon Envoy made his move, the golden Xian Qi accompanied by an imperceptible green color surged out of Du Xiaofu's body and rapidly condensed into a finger seal. Although this finger seal had pierced through space, its momentum was extremely gentle. However, no one could underestimate the formless and terrifying pressure it carried. "That's our Taoist martial art, air-dissolving finger." A Taoist expert who happened to have some free time raised his head and exclaimed. At this moment, the Demon King Du Xiaofu was using the Taoist's ultimate move, air-dissolving finger. However, when it was used by him, it was even more powerful and full of Taoist power. Chi-La, the finger seal, and the sharp claw seal collided. The seemingly simple finger seal directly pierced through the former's claw seal, causing the demonic chi to dissipate. Demonic Sky Fist. The moment the claw seal was pierced, the Earth Demon Envoy's face darkened. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and a fist seal with monstrous demonic chi had already blasted towards Du Xiaofu's chest. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body suddenly changed. Amidst the golden light, an unparalleled domineering 3-colored palm seal directly condensed. It was crystal clear and full of runes. The palm seal did not stop at all. It cut through space and expanded with the wind, containing a terrifying destructive power. It directly slammed towards the fist. Boom! Boom! Such a collision instantly caused the entire void to tremble. At the point of collision, a pitch-black halo appeared in the void, like a black hole, swallowing everything. Dazzling runes enveloped everything in the surroundings, and a series of cracking noises could be heard as large cracks appeared in the void. This kid's martial art and beast energy are both strange and powerful. Old Demon Envoy's face was gloomy. The golden-winged Great Ping race's beast energy and martial skills displayed by Du Xiaofu were both very powerful and not something that could be compared to ordinary golden-winged Great Pings. He clearly seemed to have the upper hand in terms of aura, but he just couldn't gain the upper hand. Demonic Sky Destroying Sky. In an instant, the terrifying demonic aura seemed to have turned into a storm that swept out like the most terrifying tornado. Faint black lightning pierced through the void, distorting the sky, and pitch-black cracks appeared at the edges of the storm. It crushed towards Du Xiaofu with an aura that made one shudder. Explode! You! Explode! Du Xiaofu sneered. Purple arcs of lightning and golden runes swept out from his azure spirit armor, blazing like a purple-gold sun. This was the combination of the lightning divine ability and the golden-winged rock supreme beast ability. As Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals, golden talisman patterns and purple-gold lightning arcs filled the air and rushed into the sky. In an instant, they condensed into a purple-gold lightning rock. A domineering and destructive aura suddenly swept across the sky. Screech! The purple-gold thunder rock screeched, piercing through the clouds and splitting stones. It appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Blazing lightning arcs gushed out. It flapped its wings and directly rushed into the demonic clouds that covered the void. The purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings. Purple arcs of lightning wreaked havoc in the sky. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky, directly destroying the terrifying demonic clouds with the flapping of its wings. This scene left everyone horrified. That kind of power was too terrifying, too shocking. Disciples of the desolate nation, listen to my order. Kill the people of the devil religion with all your strength. Looking at the several terrifying experts fighting in the void, Mo Tianzhao's gaze finally fell on the thunder rock that destroyed the demonic clouds. With a loud shout, he rushed out with killing intent surging in his eyes. Bang! 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 Although Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianzhao did not use his supreme strength, he was already using his full strength. Instantly, a large number of evil spirits were destroyed. Finally, he attacked the dozens of experts of the devil religion. Kill. Yi Piaoling led the 18 heavenly guards. Although their strength was slightly inferior to Mo Tianzhao's, their monstrous killing intent was not inferior to Mo Tianzhao's. They rushed into the already routed army of evil spirits and demonic beasts, sweeping in all directions. Kill. Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Guanyu, and other experts of the Golden Rock clan also erupted, besieging the dozens of experts of the devil religion. Bang! 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 1,000 zhonglong golden rock flapped its wings and flew across the sky. Amidst the mournful cries of ghosts and evil spirits, a large number of demonic beasts and evil spirits were turned into blood mist and demonic chi. Bastard! The demonic clouds shattered, and Earth Demon Envoy flew into a rage. His roar resounded through the sky. Earth Demon Envoy did not expect that his full strength would not be able to do anything to this brat. The demonic chi in his body trembled violently, and the vast demonic chi swept out like a vortex that could devour heaven and earth, swallowing the purple gold thunder rock. Brat, it's over. The demonic chi vortex sealed the surroundings, and even the void was swallowed. Earth Demon Envoy's figure stepped out of the vortex. Scram! Du Xiaofu sneered. The golden rock flapped its wings, and the Xian Qi in his body swept out like a storm. Hand seals were rapidly formed, and another 3-colored hand seal was formed. A terrifying destructive fluctuation quickly spread out. Brat, have you run out of tricks? This move again? Unfortunately, it's useless. End it with my demon swallows mountains and rivers. Earth Demon Envoy sneered maliciously. The terrifying demonic chi vortex swept out around him like a meteor. The earth trembled, and the mountains trembled. Mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and all the green plants and towering trees began to wither. The terrifying demonic chi vortex revealed the pitch-black space around him, and spatial fragments flew everywhere. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, the demonic chi vortex enveloped Du Xiaofu and swallowed him whole. The rolling demonic chi devoured and corroded everything. If an ordinary peak master realm expert was swallowed by this demonic chi, they would immediately be corroded and annihilated. However, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, a cold smile on his face. There was no fear at all. Instead, the 3-colored hand seal on his right hand hovered in the air, and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint sneer. As they watched Du Xiaofu being swallowed up by the terrifying demonic chi vortex, the people in the distant sky couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. They gasped for Du Xiaofu. Devour! Earth Demon Envoy roared. The terrifying demonic chi vortex descended and completely enveloped Du Xiaofu. But no one knew that at this moment, Earth Demon Envoy was secretly shocked. He found that his demon chi didn't seem to have any effect on Du Xiaofu. This demon swallows mountains and rivers was his ultimate move. Even if it was someone at the same cultivation level as him, they would absolutely not dare to be enveloped by it. Otherwise, even if they wanted to escape, they would only be left with half their life. What is he doing? Suddenly, Earth Demon Envoy seemed to sense something. His eyes trembled within the demonic chi vortex, and he stared closely at Du Xiaofu's left hand. Chapter 1983. As the Earth Demon Envoy's eyes trembled, a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled from Du Xiaofu's left hand. The scarlet energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly wrapped around his palm and condensed into a bright red handprint that looked like the sun in the sky. When this handprint was condensed, it instantly merged with the three-colored handprint on Du Xiaofu's right hand. In an instant, the calm energy within the three-colored handprint began to boil. Du Xiaofu's face instantly turned a little pale. Whoa! The four handprints overlapped and merged in an instant. The light immediately became gorgeous, and a powerful pressure spread from it. There were faint roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. Mysterious yellow emperor's seal. Profound qi poured out like a flood. Frightening and gorgeous runes rushed out. The sneer at the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth became even wider. The condensed handprint immediately slammed toward the demonic energy vortex in front of him. As the handprint slammed out, the surrounding space suddenly rumbled for no reason. The handprint swelled in the wind and suddenly swept out, after which it was accompanied by a power that could destroy the world. The terrifying handprint was accompanied by the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. It was accompanied by a mountain-like pressure. At this moment, the Earth Demon Envoy, who was in the demonic energy vortex, had a drastic change in expression. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The handprint had already slammed into the all-devouring demonic energy vortex. The two suddenly collided. An earth-shattering muffled sound of energy suddenly resounded in this ancient space. Rumble! Rumble! Under many trembling gazes, runes shot out and the monstrous demonic energy vortex began to crack. Gorgeous runes shot out and seemed to be eroding and devouring the monstrous demonic energy. The two seemed to be fiercely colliding, causing terrifying energy ripples to sweep out like a huge wave. However, not long after, wild and overbearing energy was released from the cracked demonic energy vortex. An even more astonishing roar of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles could be heard. A woo-goo, the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles could be heard. Within the cracked vortex of demonic energy, the silhouettes of an azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise appeared. Their roars were like thunder as they attempted to destroy the primordial spirits of living beings. Is it that profound yellow emperor's imprint again? Dongli Ruoshu, who was gradually suppressing Mo Lingzi, pushed back Mo Lingzi, who was gradually going crazy, with one move. She raised her head slightly, and green light surged around her. The might of a grand sovereign isolated the purple lightning that filled the sky. She looked at the familiar fluctuations in the terrifying demon qi vortex in the void in front of her, and her eyes trembled. At this moment, Dongli Ruoshu could clearly feel that the familiar fluctuation was several times stronger than when she had faced it before. Even Dongli Ruoshu, who was activating the nirvana strength of the Grand Sovereign, felt a sense of trepidation and chills running down her spine. The four beasts roared and unleashed a terrifying aura. The awe-inspiring pressure caused the heaven and earth to boil. All the beasts were horrified. An incomparably domineering energy overflowed into the sky and completely shattered the terrifying demonic qi vortex. Bang bang bang, in the center of the demonic qi vortex, a huge black hole collapsed and revealed itself, revealing a deep darkness that sent chills down one's spine and made one's heart tremble. Thump 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 thump, under the astonished gaze of the Earth Demon Envoy, his ultimate move, the demon swallows the mountains and rivers, was broken. Not only that, but under the domineering and unparalleled might, he was also forced to retreat. The blood and qi in his body were in turmoil, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to endure, and only then did he manage to hold back the blood in his throat. Qi-la-la this time, although Du Xiaofu's figure was also pushed back by the monstrous demon qi, it was obviously much better than the Earth Demon Envoy's. Bastard! The Earth Demon Envoy was furious. As his figure was pushed back, a strange hand seal condensed, and the scattered demon qi around his body condensed in an instant. His figure also stopped retreating at the same time. At the same time, the Earth Demon Envoy's figure violently rushed out, and with lightning speed, he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Boy, you're still too naive, prepare to die. Too fast, even faster than a bolt of lightning, old demon envoy's figure had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, a sinister sneer on his face as he punched out, his fist wrapped in demon qi shattering space, his aura locking down the surrounding void as it ruthlessly swept out. Such a punch, which Du Xiaofu had no time to react, was like a black meteorite crashing into Du Xiaofu's chest. But for some unknown reason, at the most critical moment, Du Xiaofu's figure strangely drifted, and the punch finally landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Bang! A terrible impact immediately swept out from Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Die! The Earth Demon Envoy's sneer was monstrous, and his hair stood on end. His robe fluttered, and the demon qi on his fist erupted with destructive power, causing the golden armor on Du Xiaofu's shoulder to directly crack and dim. However, Du Xiaofu's blue armor only dimmed and cracked. However, the Earth Demon Envoy's fist was still stuck to Du Xiaofu's shoulder, and Du Xiaofu was directly pushed back in the void, causing the void behind Du Xiaofu to explode one after another. Demon King Du Xiaofu is going to be defeated. In the end, he can't compete with a half-step Saint Master. That's the strongest existence under the Saint Realm, beyond the Domain Realm. When they saw the shocking scene in the void, the surrounding experts gasped, and some of their faces were filled with complexity and worry. However, at this moment, the moment the fist landed on his shoulder, there was no fear on Du Xiaofu's face. Instead, a cold glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. No one could see that there was already a handprint in his hand that had been quietly condensed. Wild Dragon 9 levels. In an instant, 9 giant dragon shadows roared in the void, and the dragon roared to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu's aura soared like a rocket, and his golden eyes were like 2 golden thunderbolts shooting into the sky at the same time. You want me to die? Not enough. Kill. A cold smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's resolute face as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Purple lightning talisman patterns appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if a purple gold sun was shining. A murderous aura swept across the sky. A fist was like a lightning ball, explosively punching out at close range. Oh no! At this moment, the Earth Demon Envoy's face suddenly changed. Under such a terrible murderous aura, even his primordial spirit was frightened, and he immediately retreated. However, it was too late. Du Xiaofu's fist, which was powered by the Thunder Martial Vein, gathered purple lightning around his fist and rushed out like a stormy sea. The murderous aura caused the space to roar as it blasted directly at the Earth Demon Envoy's chest. The Earth Demon Envoy was, after all, a half-step Saint Master, and at this moment, his figure also retreated a lot. However, how could Du Xiaofu's punch, which had been ready for a long time, miss? The purple lightning in front of the fist swept fiercely at the Earth Demon Envoy's chest. Rumble, the surrounding void collapsed as if the universe was turning upside down. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Pucci, this time, the Earth Demon Envoy could not bear it anymore. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure staggered like a kite without a string. After missing my flight, I changed my flight to Nanjing. After that, I went from Nanjing to Hefei. I just got home now. I wrote this chapter intermittently on the way back. I'm so tired today that I can't write anymore. I only have one update today. Last time, I only had one update for the entire day. Xiao Yu, please write a small outburst the day after tomorrow to repay me. Chapter 1984. Oh my God! Gulp gulp. Such a scene appeared in the sky, causing the hearts of the spectators to tremble in shock. Their heartbeats quickened, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. A half-saint expert was the strongest expert below the saint realm, and it had surpassed the domain realm. Many of the creatures who had not seen Du Xiaofu sucked in a breath of cold air and were on tenterhooks. Who would have thought that the final result would be so unexpected, and that the half-saint expert would actually be severely injured. Blood also flowed from the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth, and the green spirit armor on his shoulder cracked. Golden blood flowed out, but then the purple lightning arcs and the golden light fluctuations quickly healed the wound, and the broken green spirit armor also condensed and shone again. Du Xiaofu had purposely exchanged one punch for another. In terms of cultivation realm, he was inferior to the Earth Demon Envoy, but in terms of physical defense, Du Xiaofu knew that he had enough capital to contend against the Earth Demon Envoy. One punch for another, the Wild Dragon 9-layered heavens strengthened again, and gave the Earth Demon Envoy a heavy blow. Du Xiaofu had gotten what he wanted. Just as Du Xiaofu had expected, the Earth Demon Envoy's physical defense was inferior to his. Taking advantage of the other party's illness to kill him had always been Du Xiaofu's style. Now that he had succeeded in his attack, how could Du Xiaofu let go of this excellent opportunity? The next round of attacks had already been successfully prepared. The profound qi in his body surged, and the golden wings on his back flapped. Qi La. Suddenly, right when Du Xiaofu was about to pounce forward, the profound energy on his body suddenly stopped, and it seemed as if it had collapsed, causing his body to be obstructed and almost fall down from the sky. The sudden commotion caused Du Xiaofu's expression to change. When he sensed the source of the commotion, he immediately looked into the God Watchtower. At this moment there was a huge fluctuation in the God Watchtower. Within the rolling and vast divine watchtower, profound energy surged. An incomparably cool broadsword with a natural arc let out the sound of wind and thunder. This broadsword had been silent for too long. It had the bones of a tiger and the appearance of a dragon. It was like a phoenix facing the sun, like a divine turtle entrenched in the ground. Just one look at it would cause one's heart to beat faster. Walala! At this moment, the space around the cool broadsword was distorting like a tornado. It was suffused with a devouring force that was devouring the energy of the world in the surroundings. This devouring and sucking force was still spreading throughout Du Xiaofu's body within the divine watchtower, absorbing the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. This is, the purple gold heavenly tower has awakened, and it seems to be evolving. Sensing the changes in the God Watchtower, Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. Not good, it seems like we're in trouble. But in the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a bitter smile. The awakening of the purple gold heavenly tower at this time had caused him some trouble. Boom! In an instant, the devouring and absorbing power used Du Xiaofu's body as a carrier to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. An invisible force soared into the sky, and as it spread out, waves of energy of heaven and earth gathered in the air around Du Xiaofu, forming a huge vortex. Qi La. In an instant, the energy of heaven and earth that had gathered out of thin air seemed to have been pulled by some kind of force, and immediately poured down towards Du Xiaofu, and landed in Du Xiaofu's body with a loud bang. The boundless energy of heaven and earth was like a tangible waterfall, bringing with it the sonorous sound of wind and thunder. It poured down like a torrential rain, and like a flash flood, it surged into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the terrifying and vigorous energy of heaven and earth. What's going on? This sudden change caused everyone to be puzzled. No one knew what had happened, but the boundless energy of heaven and earth was simply too terrifying. The energy of heaven and earth poured into Du Xiaofu's body with a loud bang, and it began to wreak havoc inside his body. How can it be so strong? Du Xiaofu was shocked. The energy of heaven and earth was simply too boundless, and it seemed as if it wanted to make his body swell and explode. At this moment, if his body was not strong enough, he would have exploded and died. Not only that, but this boundless energy of heaven and earth was still wreaking havoc in his body, and finally, it was directly drawn into the purple gold heavenly tower and madly poured into it. Although the ultimate goal of this energy of heaven and earth was the purple gold heavenly tower, it still filled Du Xiaofu's body with surging energy of heaven and earth. The purple-gold heavenly tower was also filled with energy of heaven and earth, and it was like an undulating ocean or a surging tsunami. The Earth Demon Envoy's body stopped retreating. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, and his robes were stained with blood. He stared at the blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body. The previous contact made the Earth Demon Envoy thoroughly understand that this strange armor was too terrifying. Most of his attack power had been consumed by this strange armor, not to mention Du Xiaofu's terrifying defensive power. Du Xiaofu had the Divine Thunder Cauldron on his body, and the Divine Thunder Cauldron could strengthen the body. As a high-ranking member of the Devil religion, the Earth Demon Envoy was naturally aware of this fact. Moksha had also obtained great benefits because of this, but unfortunately, he did not have the fortune to enjoy such benefits. After stopping his retreat, the Earth Demon Envoy was on guard against Du Xiaofu's unrelenting momentum when he suddenly saw Du Xiaofu's figure stop in front of him, and a terrifying amount of heaven and earth energy poured into him like a torrent. Could it be that he's breaking through? The Earth Demon Envoy's pupils shrank. It was indeed possible for someone to break through in battle. But choosing to break through at this time was no different from taking a step into the gates of hell. If one were to encounter an attack, they would either suffer a cultivation deviation or be completely annihilated. Looking at the figure in front of him who was being poured with heaven and earth energy, the corners of the Earth Demon Envoy's eyes twitched. At this moment, if the former was breaking through, the Earth Demon Envoy only needed to casually attack to cause him to suffer a cultivation deviation. However, the Earth Demon Envoy hesitated. He had just suffered a great loss. His chest was now cracked and blood was flowing out. It was Du Xiaofu who had deliberately lured him into a melee at the beginning, causing him to suffer such a heavy blow. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's actions made the Earth Demon Envoy feel that there was something fishy going on. After all, a normal person would not choose to break through at this time. It was no different from courting death. The Earth Demon Envoy gloomily stared at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, he could neither attack nor stay put. Looking at Du Xiaofu from afar, he could not help but feel extremely sullen. Rumble, the surging heaven and earth energy poured into Du Xiaofu, wrapping him in a storm of heaven and earth energy. Sonorous rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. More and more heaven and earth energy rushed into his body, causing Du Xiaofu's body to suffer an unbearable pain. This was especially true as more and more heaven and earth energy gathered in the spirit watchtower. This heaven and earth energy was not refined Xian Qi, but pure heaven and earth energy. After the heaven and earth energy filled Du Xiaofu's body, it continued to crazily pour into Du Xiaofu's spirit watchtower, causing it to swell and expand as if it was about to be torn apart. Du Xiaofu finally could not bear it anymore, and a miserable scream came out of his mouth. What's going on? Is he breaking through? Jialo Guanyu, Zhen Qinchun, Mo Tianxiao, and the others looked at the void. This kind of aura made them flabbergasted. Chapter 1985. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, what's going on? Is he breaking through? Jialo Guanyu, Zhen Qinchun, Mo Tianxiao, and the others stared at the void. This kind of aura left them flabbergasted. Not good, that world energy is too majestic, enough to tear the body apart. Jialo Zhiheng's golden eyes revealed a worried look. His old face was solemn, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Although the surrounding evil spirits and demonic beasts were not afraid of death, at this moment, when they felt the overbearing aura of a beast supremacy emanating from Jialo Zhiheng's body, they were instinctively afraid to approach. Humph! The Earth Demon Envoy could no longer endure. Seeing the world energy pouring into Du Xiaofu's body, although he was afraid that Du Xiaofu was deliberately deceiving him, he was also afraid. If Du Xiaofu was really breaking through, then he would be the unlucky one. Once one broke through to the undying and indestructible realm, it was very likely that one would enter the Saint Realm. Even if Du Xiaofu was only at the half-step Saint Realm, he was afraid that Du Xiaofu could suppress him. After all, Du Xiaofu was already very troublesome to deal with, and had even injured him. No matter what tricks you play, you're dead. A gloomy and angry roar resounded. As the Earth Demon Envoy's roar fell, his half-step Saint Realm aura completely swept out from his body. The surrounding devil chi madly fluctuated, and a vast and incomparably mighty pressure suddenly spread out from the void, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, shaking this ancient world. Feeling this pressure, Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianshao, and the other young supremes present at this moment all paled, their souls trembling. Saint Aura, the devil religion's expert, has stepped into this step. Jialo Guanyu's eyes flashed. This was Saint Aura. Although the devil religion's expert was not a true Saint Realm expert, he was already a half-step saint. Being tainted by a saint meant that he had already jumped out of the domain realm. This kind of gap was like heaven and earth. That devil religion expert is going all out. At this moment, the Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist experts were dumbfounded when they felt the pressure that shook the heaven and earth. Their expressions were solemn. How could they not know how strong a half-sage was? What's the use of pretending to be mysterious? The Earth Demon Envoy's chilling words instantly filled the space with monstrous demonic aura. Woo-woo, as soon as these words fell, old Demon Envoy's figure rushed out again, and a finger seal shot out. This finger seal shot through the air, creating a sound that sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. Wherever the finger seal passed, spatial ripples immediately squeezed out from both sides like a knife cutting through water. Demonic chi filled the sky and instantly rushed towards Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in natural energy. Du Xiaojing, who was fighting with Moksha, frowned when she felt the terrifying demonic aura. Her thunder martial veins covered her body, and she instantly disappeared into thin air after forcing Moksha to retreat. "Stay here for me," Moksha sneered. Although his figure was forced back, the surrounding demonic aura instantly condensed. In the roar of heaven and earth, demonic aura swept through the void as if many demonic stars had appeared, collapsing the void and forming a vast space of demonic stars. The scene was terrifying. Du Xiaojing's figure, which had just disappeared, reappeared in this scene, being forced out of the void. "You've angered me." Du Xiaojing was angry, her voice filled with killing intent. Her hair fluttered in the wind, covered with purple lightning arcs. Her beautiful face was covered with purple lightning, and a terrifying cold light shot out from her purple eyes. Her dress fluttered in the wind as a strange hand seal condensed. Suddenly, a bright illusory sword light condensed in the hand seal. The sword light was bright and illusory, but it was as if it was real. There was a strange energy lingering around it, causing the void around the illusory sword light to produce a strange arc, and a faint spatial ripple surged. Go! Everything was as fast as lightning. When the sword light condensed, Du Xiaojing's hand made a mysterious arc and immediately swept towards the void in front of her. Ka! The sword light swept out and exploded in the void, as if it had cut a space barrier, bursting out a dazzling light. Instantly, a pitch-black space crack appeared from the point of contact with the terrifying force. The space crack was like a spider web, spreading straight out. A strong and terrifying aura of destruction was suddenly released. Pring pring pung, in just a moment, the attack condensed by Moksha directly exploded, and the demonic star-like demonic aura collapsed inch by inch, causing people's souls to palpitate. What kind of martial skill is this? Is it a sword technique? In the midst of the terrifying demonic aura, Moksha's figure trembled and staggered back, and a muffled groan came from his throat. Obviously, he had suffered a great loss, and his face was full of surprise. Du Xiaojing's attack just now was like a martial skill and also like a sword technique, but it was extremely terrifying, causing Moksha to feel uneasy in his heart. "Xiao! But in this short delay, the terrible finger seal of the Earth Demon envoy had already arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Big brother, be careful! Du Xiaoqing and many others were on tenterhooks, but they didn't even have the chance to interfere, nor did they possess the strength to do so. Although they were experts of the current world, they didn't even have the strength to touch the battle in the sky. Under such terrifying pressure, even ordinary Overlord realm cultivators would probably be crushed to death if they tried to enter. Roar! At this moment, a domineering roar shook the sky, and a hazy chaotic chi swept out with lightning and thunder. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the vortex of energy that enveloped Du Xiaofu and blocked the Earth Demon Envoy's finger seal. Roar! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as silver gold lightning erupted, and a domineering roar shook the world. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light spread out like the sun, and a translucent silver-gold ape in the form of a human appeared. The red-bone horse ape. When the silver-gold ape appeared, everyone was shocked. Jialo Guanyu, Mo Tianxiao, Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others immediately relaxed. The red-bone horse ape. When he saw the red-bone horse ape, the Earth Demon Envoy's face sank. As a high-ranking member of the Devil religion, he had long since heard the rumors about Du Xiaofu. But now, when he saw the legendary red-bone horse ape appear before him, he couldn't help but feel shock. Has his meridian soul transformed into a true spirit, or has his primordial spirit fused with spirit lightning? The Earth Demon Envoy was shocked. The complex aura of the red-bone horse ape before him was too terrifying, and he couldn't see through it at all. That complex aura even made his heart palpitate and uneasy. The heavens are really helping me. You're courting death. At the same time, the Earth Demon Envoy revealed a savage sneer. Chapter 1987. That pressure was too terrifying. That aura silently spread through the air, enveloping the entire world and seeping into everyone. Dongli Qingqing made a move to defend against the Jialo Absolute Beast. That terrifying aura spread out in all directions like the aura of gods and demons. A dazzling green light spread out like the sun, causing strange phenomena to appear in the void. A human and a demonic rock clashed like this, causing the void to tremble and rumble. Huge ravines appeared on the ground below. Rumble! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body was still being flooded by the energy of heaven and earth. Under the endless influx of energy, he screamed in pain. Du Xiaofu could still grit his teeth and endure the pain of his body swelling. After all, when he was in the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, Du Xiaofu had already undergone the most severe tempering of his body. But at this moment, the energy of heaven and earth was expanding in the God Watchtower, causing Du Xiaofu's God Watchtower to expand as if it was about to be torn apart. The meridians and acupoints in his body were also being expanded by the unrefined energy of heaven and earth. They were also being expanded in the most barbaric way. This kind of pain was definitely extraordinary. But this kind of barbarism didn't completely destroy Du Xiaofu's God Watchtower and meridians. Instead, it was like the most severe tempering, showing that it was opening up the God Watchtower and meridians. Inside Du Xiaofu's God Watchtower, the purple-gold heavenly watchtower shone brightly. Under the absorption of the energy of heaven and earth, its aura swept out like a hurricane. It was so dazzling that one couldn't look straight at it. Roar! The cries of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and tortoises, from the dazzling runes on the purple-gold heavenly fault sword, dazzling runes bloomed. The phantom of an azure dragon soared into the air, a white tiger phantom crouched down, a phoenix phantom spread its wings, and a black tortoise phantom suppressed the world. These four beasts were galloping in Du Xiaofu's God Watchtower. Even the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron inside the God Watchtower was shaking, letting out thunderous roars and the fluctuations of purple-gold profound lightning. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's aura began to rise. The images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise seemed to be condensed from the purest energy. They were connected to the purple-gold heavenly tower and poured into Du Xiaofu's divine tower. After being absorbed by the purple-gold heavenly palace, the energy of heaven and earth that had not been refined in any way finally landed on Du Xiaofu's body. Although this energy was far less than what the purple-gold heavenly fault absorbed, it was still enough to cause the intense pain in Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower to reach another level. Ah! Du Xiaofu screamed, and his face began to contort. Du Xiaofu wanted to summon the purple-gold heavenly tower from the God Watchtower, but he realized that the purple-gold heavenly tower was not under his control. In addition, the 4 beasts were galloping in the God Watchtower, causing Du Xiaofu to suffer unspeakably. Du Xiaofu's aura was not rising too violently. He had already reached the peak of the undying realm, and could not rise any further. Breaking through to the Saint realm was definitely not something that could be supported by profound qi alone. However, at this moment, the energy surging out of the purple-gold heavenly tower caused Du Xiaofu's aura to forcefully rise. This kind of change surprised Du Xiaofu, but he also felt that it was beneficial. Is he really breaking through? However, the rise in his aura could not escape the prying eyes of the Earth Demon Envoy, causing him to be surprised. That brat had clearly activated his meridian soul or primordial spirit, but at this moment it seemed that he was really breaking through. And once this brat succeeded in breaking through, no matter how far he went, he would definitely be in trouble in the end. Aolo, the body of the ancient devil ape, roared angrily. Demonic qi was like an ocean as it suppressed the redbone horse monkey with all its might. The redbone horse monkey had condensed Du Xiaofu's meridian soul and primordial spirit, and had also fused with several types of spiritual thunder. Although the Earth Demon Envoy had already used all his strength and the might of a half-saint could shake the world, he still could not do anything to the redbone horse monkey's body. Rumble, the thunder that filled the sky exploded, and the sea of thunder surged like an ocean, making it difficult for the ancient devil ape to approach. This can't go on. If we don't kill this brat today, he'll be a great disaster. The ancient devil ape's eyes trembled. In the beginning, he had looked down on Du Xiaofu, but now, he was afraid. He knew very well that if he could not kill this brat today, with this brat's speed of growth, it would not be long before he could threaten the entire devil religion. Saint Devil devouring heaven art. The ancient devil ape retreated rapidly. Demonic qi filled the sky as it blocked the spiritual thunder. Its eyes were ferocious as a deep roar resounded through the world. Just as the Earth Demon Envoy's roar fell, a strange aura spread out from his body in the void. The remaining evil spirit army and demonic beast army in the surrounding world suddenly became sluggish for some reason, and then directly exploded. Bang, 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 bang! Explosions rang out endlessly. The evil spirits that had exploded turned into demonic qi and fiendish qi, while the demonic beasts that had exploded turned into a bloody mist. After which, they soared into the sky and turned into clearly visible waves of bloody mist and demonic qi that endlessly poured into the ancient devil ape's body. In the entire battlefield, only Mo Lingzi, Jialo Jueju, Mokshao, and the few remaining experts of the devil religion had not exploded. Although the remaining evil spirit army and demonic beast army were not many, they were definitely not few either. At this moment, the blood mist and moksha chi were like a vast ocean that flowed into the Earth Demon Envoy's body. At the same time, the demonic chi around the Earth Demon Envoy and the ancient devil ape also roared. At this moment, even the aura on his body was slowly rising at a slow speed. Such a scene shocked all the living beings. It left them dumbfounded and even more horrified. This is not good. This is a demonic art. If he becomes stronger, then Xiaofu will be in trouble. Let's deal with him together. Elder Jialo Zhiheng raised his head, and his expression changed drastically. As soon as his roar fell, a golden light burst out and turned into his huge body. Elder Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Juyu, and the other huge bodies were swept by a mighty power. Golden light filled the sky, and they swept towards the Earth Demon Envoy. Everyone, let's attack together. Several experts from the Confucian school and Taoist school did not hesitate. Mo Tianxiao, Lien Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, and Zhen Qingchun also soared into the sky in an instant and attacked with all their might. Rumble, many experts attacked together. Light filled the sky, and such power shook the 9 heavens. You overestimate yourselves. Chapter 1988. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, you overestimate yourself. However, the ancient demon ape's fierce eyes revealed a disdainful sneer in the face of the combined monstrous attacks from so many powerful individuals. A sinister ghost-like cry and godlike howl rang out in a frightening manner. At the same time, its enormous ape palm directly swept towards the vast and mighty attack. Boom! As the gigantic ape paw swept out, the space around it began to distort as if many strange phenomena had appeared out of nowhere. Demonic aura filled the sky as the demonic paw turned into a demonic domain. Woo-woo, thump thump thump. A series of muffled sounds rang out as Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Yuantu, Jialo Yi, and the rest of the golden-winged great pungs and lonely sky howling heavenly wolf were sent flying. Their golden feathers were shattered as they bled. Zhen Qingchun, Lien Qingrong, Yi Piaoling, Taoist and Confucian experts were sent flying as they coughed out blood. Rumble, some of them fell to the ground while others crashed into the mountain peaks. The earth quaked as boulders were sent flying in all directions. All of them were supreme experts, but they were no match for the Earth Demon Envoy even if they joined forces. The Earth Demon Envoy did not want to be entangled with these people after forcing back a large group of experts. He wanted to kill the brat in front of him, and did not want to waste any more time in case something unexpected happened. There were several bolts of spiritual lightning and a rumor that the brat had a divine lightning cauldron on him. If he could bring them back, it would be a great achievement. When that time came, it would be a piece of cake for him to become the 10th Demon Emperor. Brat, let's end this. I'll take your life today. Demonic aura filled the air as the sky changed color. An eerie and cold voice filled the ancient sky with a terrifying pressure. The Earth Demon Envoy attacked again as a terrifying saint aura swept out from the gigantic ancient demon ape. Vast demonic aura shrouded the sky and distorted the void as it charged towards Du Xiaofu in his red-bone horse ape form. Woo-woo, the cries of ghosts and howls of gods reverberated in the air. Demonic chi bloomed one by one, filling up the void. Saint aura surged, causing the void to reverberate with heavenly music. At this moment, it was as if the universe was turning upside down. Ka-ka, the void became blurry, and only the demonic chi remained. The earth, which was already in a mess, began to crack, revealing large fissures that intertwined in the mountain range. The mountain collapsed and huge rocks flew everywhere. This terrifying scene shocked all living beings. Woo-woo, mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky amidst the demonic chi. Sinister demonic shadows and evil spirits appeared. Demonic chi surged into the sky, and a baleful aura swept out. At this moment, after devouring so many demonic monster beasts and evil spirits, the old devil envoy's aura had reached a whole new level, and his aura had grown even stronger, enveloping the red-bone horse-ape. Aolo, lightning exploded from the red-bone horse-ape's body. Under the cover of the lightning, his body began to expand. The lightning covered the sun and distorted the void. This kind of battle was like the destruction of the heavens and the earth, like a battle between two gods. Even Jialo Guanyu and the other powerhouses were inexplicably shocked. Awo, the old devil envoy, attacked with all his might. Demonic shadows filled the air, as if the gate to the demonic world had been opened. Demonic chi filled the sky. At this moment, the old devil envoy's ancient demonic ape body was like the ruler of the demonic world. His fierce eyes became calm and emotionless as he dragged the red-bone horse-ape into the demonic world. This part of the void turned into the demonic world. Everything was stripped away, leaving behind only demonic chi and darkness. The mournful cries of ghosts and gods did not stop as countless demonic shadows crushed the red-bone horse-ape. The red-bone horse-ape's roar was like thunder. Dazzling lightning swept out from within, turning into a huge lightning turtle and a lightning tree. The lightning turtle and the lightning tree fought in the demonic shadow void. Lightning exploded, and the lightning was resplendent. "Let's see how long you can last," the old devil envoy sneered. His aura was now much stronger than before as he used all his strength to suppress the red-bone horse-ape. Whoosh whoosh, the red-bone horse-ape attacked, using all kinds of methods. Under the vast saint aura and demonic chi, although it seemed to be suppressed, it was still domineering. Its eyes were filled with confidence and determination. Thunder rumbled, shattering the void. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The Earth Demon Envoy was secretly shocked. The red-bone horse monkey's body was too terrifying. It was obviously being suppressed by him, but the spiritual thunder aura and several other strange auras were forcibly resisted. His saint devil devouring technique could devour and corrode everything, but at this moment, it was as if it could not affect the former at all. This shock made the old devil envoy's killing intent rise. The demonic world rotated, turning into a demonic furnace. It was as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times to descend. It wanted to devour the red-bone horse-ape, the lightning turtle, and the lightning tree. The red-bone horse-ape used all his strength. Mysterious talisman runes appeared on its body wrapped in lightning, turning into a net of light. This mysterious net of light enveloped its body, and a majestic and desolate chi spread out. It was like an authority that could not be challenged, isolating the demonic chi. That seems to be the spiritual root of legalism. In the distance, the leading monk of the Buddhist school, as well as the experts of the Taoist school and Confucian school, were shocked. The mysterious net of mysterious talisman runes was the spiritual root of legalism. They did not expect it to exist on Du Xiaofu's body, and its chi was not ordinary. "Let's see how long you can resist," the old devil envoy roared, using all his strength. Demonic chi surged, activating the demonic furnace, wanting to exhaust Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse-ape body. The old devil envoy guessed that there was a problem with the former, and that he would not be able to hold on for long. The red-bone horse-ape's body soared into the sky. Lightning exploded, and the might of several spiritual thunder chi spread out. It was like a resplendent sun, illuminating the demonic furnace. This kind of confrontation was in a stalemate. Lightning flashed, demonic chi surged, and heaven and earth were in chaos. It was incomparably terrifying. This kind of confrontation made it impossible for Dongli Qingqing and Jialo Jumi to approach. Moksha and Du Xiaojing also involuntarily retreated. Just the strange body of that red-bone horse-ape is already so strong. The experts present were shocked. The old devil envoy's strength at the half-step saint level was self-evident. But Du Xiaofu was already so strong without even using his true body. Du Xiaofu's name as the Demon King was mostly because of his ferocious style, monstrous body, and powerful strength. But how would outsiders know that Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit was also monstrous in terms of his spiritual root? Because Du Xiaofu rarely used the power of his Yuan spirit, not many people knew that Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit was even more terrifying than his physical body. Chapter 1989. Devour. The demonic furnace filled the sky, and the Earth Demon Envoy's ferocious eyes grew darker and darker. The stalemate continued, and he gradually lost his patience. The Earth Demon Envoy was irritable. He had used all his strength, but he still couldn't do anything to that brat. Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey body did not move at all. The talisman runes were wrapped in a light net, and the lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The lightning tortoise and the giant lightning tree were entrenched. Although they showed signs of being suppressed, they were still domineering and arrogant. Devour what? You've been playing for so long, it should be my turn now. Suddenly, as the Earth Demon Envoy's words fell, Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey body opened his mouth, his voice like thunder, and his thunder eyes rippled. At this moment the Earth Demon Envoy also seemed to feel something. His gaze suddenly turned from the demonic furnace to the void in the distance. There, the wind and clouds were surging, and the energy of heaven and earth was pouring into the space. It had just calmed down silently, and the energy that had gathered in the sky began to disperse. These words and the sudden calmness also attracted the attention of everyone in the distance. However, as his thunderous words fell, a figure slowly appeared in the void. This figure walked step by step, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. On his tall and straight body, the rock armor emitted a golden light. His eyes were sharp and his face was resolute. His expression was calm and composed, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Who else could this figure be other than Du Xiaofu? The pair of golden rock wings on his back emitted a golden light that directly shook off the monstrous demon Qi as he walked step by step towards the Earth Demon Envoy. Du Xiaofu calmly walked over. From the void above his head, a ring of light slowly appeared, gradually shining brightly. It seemed slow, but in fact it suddenly erupted with brilliant light, like the sun rising from the east. Enveloped by the light, Du Xiaofu's tall and straight figure blended with it, bringing with it a transcendent and inviolable feeling. From afar, it was as if he had become the only thing in this space, incomparably dazzling, giving off a feeling as if the heavens and earth had just opened and all things had just been born. This aura was calm, but it carried with it the power of heaven and earth, directly resisting the saint pressure coming from the old demon envoy. Plop plop, this aura was calm, but even Jialo Juiyu, Mo Tianshao, and Dongfang Qingmu wanted to bow down and worship it. Those who were weaker directly fell to the ground, their legs trembling, and their souls trembling. Such a tranquil aura also caused the 10 divine halos of Du Xiaojing and Moksha to dim, as though they didn't dare to shine under that radiance. With a calm demeanor, Du Xiaofu took a step forward and walked into the furnace. Buzz. It was also at this moment that wind and thunder resounded through the sky. This ancient land was rumbling, that divine ring was trembling. Boom, inside the furnace, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, his black hair fluttering in the wind. At the same time, the golden rock wings on his back suddenly spread out, like golden lightning spreading to the left and right. The golden rock wings were like clouds in the sky, pouring down in torrents. Break! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's hair stood on end, his whole body glowing, the blue spirit armor on his body clanging like wind and thunder. The word break turned into a loud roar that swept out. Rumble, this word was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of an elephant, mighty and domineering like the roar of a heavenly thunder, resounding endlessly, causing this part of the world to tremble, and the universe to rumble. This was Du Xiaofu using the domineering Tao, the fusion of endless nirvana power, accompanied by the domineering will of the golden rock wings, and the roar was like rolling thunder. In an instant, the impact of the sound waves covered the cries of ghosts and howls of gods in the furnace, shattering the demonic shadows and ghostly heads one after another. Bang bang bang, under such a loud roar, the monstrous furnace was finally unable to withstand such a terrifying impact, and then it cracked and exploded. Walala, demonic Qi swept out like a mountain flood, erupting in endless light above the void. The void exploded, the demonic Qi overflowed, the golden light swept in all directions, and the runes filled the sky. Rumble, the surrounding earth exploded in a series of rumbling sounds, the ground was densely covered with ravines, and there were pitch-black spatial cracks hanging in the void. Such a scene was terrifying, breaking the dome of heaven, and shaking the 9 heavens. Thump thump, the creatures in the sky and on the ground staggered in the trembling void, and some directly fell to the ground, their faces filled with indescribable shock and fear. Pucci, on the body of the ancient demonic ape envoy, a mouthful of black blood was spat out. Its huge body shattered the void, and its fierce eyes were filled with horror. Pucci! Far away in the sky, Dongli Ruoshu's strike landed. Mo Lingzi was hit once again, and the thunder martial vein in his body began to dim. His body heavily smashed into the broken half of the mountain, and rushed in like a meteorite. Bang! Almost at the same time, a muffled sound came from Moksha's body. Under the slender palm of Du Shaojing, his body was like a kite with a broken string, and he staggered back in the void. Old tree, it's over. You've run out of fuel. Such a voice also reverberated on the main peak of the heavenly Yu mountain. Demonic chi began to seep out from the branches of the heavenly wood divine tree that covered the sky. Crackle, crackle, cracking sounds came out, and the divine chain-like branches of the heavenly wood divine tree crumbled, then withered and turned into powder. Rumble! The huge main peak of the heavenly Yu mountain was shaking, and rumbling sounds came from within the mountain. This towering peak seemed to be about to collapse, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in the void. Kiki, old tree can't hold on any longer. You're all dead, dead. Looking at the movement on the heavenly Yu mountain, the earth demon envoy's hideous bloodstains on the body of the ancient demon ape revealed a sinister smile. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as he stared at earth demon envoy once more, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. With a wave of his hand, a sword as tall as half his body appeared in his hand with the sound of wind and thunder. The broad sword's arc was natural, like the bones of a tiger and the posture of a dragon, like a phoenix facing the sun, like a divine turtle crouching down. It made one's soul tremble for no reason. Buzz, buzz, when the broad sword appeared, a dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano, and dazzling mysterious runes rushed into the sky. This was obviously the sound of wind and thunder, but it was like the roar of a demon god. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, for some unknown reason, when the broad sword appeared, this ancient world trembled violently. Many mountains in the distance were shaking violently, and the ground was crumbling. The broad sword in the surroundings was twisting as if destruction was coming. Chapter 1990. This was the purple-gold heavenly tower, which had been asleep for a long time in Du Xiaofu's heavenly tower, and it had finally awakened. Boom! The sky was filled with purple-gold light, and the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared. The god of weapons was peerless in the sky, as if it wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Buzz, buzz! At the same time, the Taiching demon subduing bow in Dongli Qingqing's hand also exploded with the sound of wind and thunder. Overflowing green light rippled, but then it dimmed unwillingly, as if it was afraid of the terrifying aura of the purple-gold heavenly tower and did not dare to compete. Oh my God! Everyone's eyes trembled. At this moment, all the living beings present could feel the Tao and talisman weapons in their bodies rumbling, as if they wanted to break free and worship the broadsword. Roar! The purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in the sky, and the faint roar of dragons and tortoises could be heard. The tiger beast on the sword's hilt roared ferociously, as if it was about to pounce. A terrifying aura descended upon the entire space, causing one's soul to tremble. Purple-gold heavenly tower. Zhen Qingchun, little tiger Du Shaoqing, and the others' eyes rippled at this moment, and then the corners of their mouths curled up into a half-smile. When such a divine weapon appeared, the earth demon envoy's pupils shrank. That terrifying broadsword! It was like a peerless demon god had awakened, and it was looking down on the world, enough to destroy everything. Not good! Such a thought flashed through his mind. Seeing that the heavenly Yu mountain was already crumbling, the earth demon envoy's eyes flashed with fear, and it grew wildly in his heart like weeds. The peerless divine weapon had an aura that made the earth demon envoy's heart tremble. Coupled with the peerless saint aura from Du Xiaofu's divine ring, he did not dare to resist at all. The demon emperor has broken the seal, Retreat quickly! The Earth Demon Envoy shouted. Demonic chi erupted from his body, and he was about to escape in the sky. Still want to leave? Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. There were ancient runes rippling around his body. Above the vast void, the outline of an 8 trigrams void map quietly appeared. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui. The 8 directions were connected to each other, forming a dazzling divine ring that spread out in all directions. Boom! When the void 8 trigrams diagram appeared, the sky trembled. Awu, inside the 8 trigrams, thousands of beasts roared, lightning struck, the golden rock flapped its wings, mountains and lakes evolved, wind, rain, thunder and lightning alternated, and the sun, moon, and stars changed. The 8 trigrams connected the heavens and the earth and contained all things. It was like a small world or even a small universe. The fleeing Earth Devil Envoy had just torn through the void when the torn space suddenly became chaotic, and his figure was suppressed. Shit! The eyes of the Earth Devil Envoy, the ancient devil ape, suddenly trembled. In this terrifying and strange aura, his devil chi was disintegrating and the Xian chi in his body was solidifying. An invisible aura that made him shudder surged out from the depths of his Yuan Shun. Sacred Sword Roar. At the same time, on the 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu was like a god in the sky. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand also swept out a sword light. This sword light seemed to have many complex and mysterious sword moves, but in the end, they gathered together to form a simple slash. In an instant, the sword light spread out with lightning speed. Awo! There was no way to avoid it. The Earth Devil Envoy, the ancient devil ape, roared and burst out with all his strength. Demonic shadows appeared in the sky, as if the demon world had opened the door to make a final struggle. Awo! The sword light was tens of thousands of feet long, and layers of light bloomed. Dazzling talisman runes bloomed, and phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared out. The aura was domineering and terrifying. The brilliance of the sword light poured down on the heavens and the earth. Under the brilliance, there was a terrifying and domineering destructive energy hidden. Sizzle, wherever this sword light passed, old demon envoy's final resistance was futile, and the demonic phantoms were silently annihilated. However, it was this kind of silence that was even more shocking. Then, under the trembling gaze of the crowd, the sword light brought along a long spatial crack and fell directly on the Earth Devil Envoy. No, the Earth Devil Envoy roared in anger. Trembling in fear, he burst out with all his strength. His whole body glowed as he dodged the sword light. Sizzle, after all, he was a terrifying expert at the half-step saint level. His body had activated a strange demonic technique, and at the last moment, he avoided the fatal blow. However, the sword light fell on his shoulder, and a huge ape arm fell from the sky. Black blood splattered, and the ear-piercing scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Then, the ancient devil ape's body shrunk, turning into a one-armed figure. His face was hideous and twisted, and his body was dripping with blood. The whole place was dumbfounded, and there was a deathly silence. A dignified half-step saint expert, who had been overflowing with murderous intent and arrogant in the beginning, had now lost an arm and was screaming in pain. This change was too fast, and it shocked all the living creatures. Du Xiaofu looked at the one-armed Earth Devil Envoy. Without any hesitation, he raised the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand again. Domineering sword path. Sizzle! With a loud roar, Du Xiaofu swung the purple-gold heavenly tower down. At this moment, his eyes suddenly shone with golden light, and his murderous intent soared to the sky. Boom! Sizzle! This sword was simple but domineering. It was as if it could split a mountain, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, there was an incomparably domineering aura that suddenly spread out from the sword, causing the void of the 8 trigrams diagram to tremble violently. Sizzle, wherever the sword passed, the space almost collapsed, leaving behind traces of a vacuum. However, when the sword swept past, the Earth Devil Envoy's eyes trembled violently, and there was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. At this moment, the Earth Devil Envoy was very clear that Du Xiaofu's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Coupled with the terrifying broadsword, it was enough to kill him. The sword's destructive power made him, who was at the half-step saint level, feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Thunder Marshal Vane, a member of your clan has appeared. At this moment, an indifferent voice slowly sounded in the air. Demonic chi billowed, and the space seemed to be torn apart. A huge demonic seal appeared directly on the 8 trigrams diagram. When the demonic seal appeared, it caused the 8 trigrams diagram to tremble violently, and a strange invisible force seeped out. It was all-pervasive, and it was able to resist the 8 trigrams diagram, and then it directly blocked the sword light. Sizzle, the sword light and the demonic seal collided, and a large area of the void silently shattered in an instant. Demonic chi billowed, and in an instant a huge figure appeared in the void. A hair-raising aura appeared in Du Xiaofu's heart. Suddenly, his eyes trembled violently, and he looked up. It's him, the 9-demon emperor. The huge figure was in the sky, and the terrifying demonic chi was able to make the 8 trigrams diagram chaotic. The demonic chi billowed around the huge figure, making him look like a demon emperor. How can it be him? Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently. Didn't the 9-demon emperor already appear before? He even fought with the elders of the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan. How could it be that the one who broke out of the seal under the main peak of the Heavenly U Mountain was also him? Moreover, it was obvious that his aura was much stronger than before, and there was a world of difference compared to before. Dear readers, I can only write one chapter today. I have some matters to attend to, so please forgive me. Chapter 1991. Demonic splendor radiated from his enormous body. His eyes were pitch black and deep, just like a black hole. The surrounding natural energy had also become chaotic due to his appearance. Everyone leave. However, after the 9-demon emperor appeared and stared at Du Xiaofu, he did not stop. A strange black ripple spread out from the huge space above him. Layers upon layers of ripples shook the space and enveloped the entire space. Go! Moksha's shoulder was dripping with blood as he stared at Du Xiaojing. Mo Lingzi had already climbed out from the collapsed mountain peak and stared at Dongli Ruoshu. Both of their eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, upon hearing the Geo-Demon Emperor's words, their figures immediately rose into the sky and rushed towards the surging demonic aura. Du Xiaojing and Dongli Ruoshu looked at the demonic aura that covered the sky, causing their Yuan spirits to feel dizzy. The demonic aura contained a demonic power that could destroy one's mind and affect them. As they hesitated for a moment, Moksha and Mo Lingzi had already rushed into the demonic aura and disappeared. Screech! Jialo Jumi and Dongli Qingqing were in a deadlock. Their enormous black eyes were frighteningly sharp. With a flap of their wings, their enormous bodies soared into the sky and rushed towards the demonic aura in the sky. At the same time, a figure walked out from the void, covered in green light. Following the appearance of this figure, the natural energy in the area became denser, causing all living things to feel as though they were bathing in a spring breeze. There was even a faint mist spreading out from the sky. Looking at the monstrous demonic aura, the figure immediately waved his sleeve. The mist and energy in the area instantly gathered and condensed into an energy arrow. It was crystal clear and flawless. Amidst the sound of wind and thunder, it directly pierced through the void and instantly rushed into the demonic aura. Screech! The roar of a rock pierced through the clouds and shattered rocks. From Du Xiaofu's distorted 8 trigrams void diagram, a huge purple-gold lightning rock image spiraled out. It appeared out of nowhere and soared straight into the sky. Screech, the purple-gold lightning rock released an endless and majestic domineering pressure. As it spread its wings, purple-gold lightning arcs sparkled. Its ferocious aura covered the sky as the supreme beast aura spread, causing the 9 heavens to tremble. Rumble, the purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and swept out. Its entire body was covered in purple-gold lightning arcs that rapidly distorted space. Finally, it gathered into many enormous purple-gold thunderbolts that soared into the sky and rushed into the monstrous demonic aura. A mighty, overbearing and intimidating pressure swept out. The purple-gold thunder rock and the translucent dark green energy arrow erupted within the demon chi at almost the same time. Azure light filled the sky, and countless bolts of purple-gold lightning fell like waterfalls into the river of space and the surrounding firmament, shattering the demon chi. Large swaths of the void collapsed into pitch-black void. Old tree, when this emperor regains his physical body and returns to his peak, it will be the day you turn into ashes. Within the shattered void, a mournful voice rang out before disappearing. Bang, bang, bang. However, a gigantic black demonic rock appeared in the shattered void. Its feathers were messy, and there were still some residual lightning crackling around it. Sigh, looking at the void that was gradually returning to its calm state, the azure figure appeared and sighed. The figure was middle-aged, wearing a long robe. His long azure hair draped over his shoulders, and his expression was grave. His brows were tightly knitted, and his vast eyes seemed to be pondering something. He didn't even spare the huge demonic rock a glance. Jumi, Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Jiheng, Jialo Juiyu, and the other golden-winged great rock clan experts and disciples looked at the huge demonic rock with complicated expressions. PFFF, Jialo Jumi's huge demonic rock body spurted out blood. He didn't manage to leave, and was blocked by the thunderbolts. He knew that Du Xiaofu had deliberately blocked him. Jialo Jumi raised his head, and his sharp and intimidating eyes twitched slightly. A golden figure appeared in the void in front of him. Du Xiaofu was in the sky, and the golden wings of the great rock stretched out behind him. Golden light suffused the air. Compared to Jialo Jumi's huge demonic rock body, he seemed very small, but the invisible aura on his body was even more powerful. Brother Jumi, go back to the clan. Grandmother, foster father, sister Kai Ling, everyone should go back to the clan. Looking at Jialo Jumi, Du Xiaofu's voice came out from his mouth. Jialo Jumi was stunned, and his intimidating eyes were filled with surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect Du Xiaofu to call him brother. I have nothing to do with the golden-winged great rock clan anymore. Jialo Jumi opened his mouth, and his dark eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, his voice calm. Jumi, go back to the clan. I can give you everything you want, even if it's my true bones. Jialo Juyu walked out and looked at Jialo Jumi. The two of them grew up together, and he also treated Jialo Jumi as a younger brother. However, one of them had demonic bones, and the other had true bones. The two of them walked on different paths, and even reached the point where they were today. So what if you have true bones? Jialo Jumi looked at Jialo Jiyu and said, Do you think you can afford to give me what I want? Jumi, turn back and be saved. Don't be stubborn. Go back. As the old voice fell, Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Jiheng, and the other elders walked forward. I said, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Jialo Jumi said, If you don't go back, then I can only take action. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Jumi, and his voice was calm, but there was already a surge of aura. Then do it. Jialo Jumi's voice echoed in the sky, and a dark demonic aura filled the sky, as if it came from the depths of the demonic realm, and rushed directly at Du Xiaofu. Rumble, at the same time, a dark light rushed out from the monstrous demonic aura, and turned into black lightning that filled the sky. Dark clouds rolled, and lightning flashed in the sky, and thunder exploded in the sky. Dozens of dark lightning arcs overflowed, and rushed into the sky, causing all living things to tremble in fear. This was the activation of the demonic bones in Giallo Jumi's body, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder on his body, mighty and mighty. Walala! Golden light filled the sky, and the 8 trigrams appeared in the void. Facing the monstrous demonic aura and dark lightning, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. On the blue spirit armor, mysterious purple lightning talisman runes flashed, allowing the monstrous dark lightning to enter his body. Not only was his body unharmed, but it was like a bottomless pit, as if it was absorbing the 9 underworld demonic thunder. At the same time, a strange hand seal condensed from Du Xiaofu's hand, and finally covered his palm, turning into a palm print that slammed directly at Giallo Jumi. The palm print expanded in the wind, enveloping and suppressing Giallo Jumi. In the huge palm print, a small 8 trigrams pattern appeared, and a vast pressure appeared in the void. Within the 8 trigrams pattern, lightning stars appeared, and there were billowing flames burning, and mountains and rivers trembling. Giallo Jumi seemed to feel something, and his sharp eyes were filled with shock. He flapped his wings to resist with all his strength, and the two collided in an instant. Rumble! At the moment of this collision, the entire earth seemed to be affected at this moment. Heaven and earth resonated, and bright talisman runes were like the sea, the demonic aura was turbulent and mighty, and the thunder was surging with stormy waves. Bang, 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 above the void, all kinds of terrible visions appeared, and the surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch, annihilating. Pucci, everyone was aghast. On Giallo Jumi's pitch-black demonic rock body, the feathers on his body were exploding, and the demonic rock's body was cracking, covered in blood, and he was vomiting blood. You have the demonic bones. If you don't want to go back, then I can only kill you, and then ask for forgiveness from grandmother and foster father. Boom! The golden rock behind Du Xiaofu flapped its wings, golden light filled the sky, and with 36 true rock feathers, it swept through everything. His eyes were purple and gold like lightning, and his figure rushed out, gathering a palm and slamming it at Giallo Jumi. Chi la la, wherever Du Xiaofu's figure passed by, purple lightning arcs would wreak havoc in the sky. The lightning arcs were tens of thousands of feet long, and it was as if there was a purple gold sun in the sky. The palm print tore apart the vast and mighty sky, and the space was exploding. The light was so bright that it made people unable to open their eyes. Ha 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 ha, then kill me. So what if I have the demonic bones? I'm still inferior to a human like you. How laughable, what's the use of living? The surrounding void distorted, and Giallo Jumi's demonic rock shrank in an instant, turning into a human form. His clothes were ragged, his hair was messy and stained with blood. Looking at the vast and mighty palm print that enveloped the sky, he laughed without fear. His eyes were slightly closed, but everyone could hear a kind of helplessness and loneliness in his laughter. In a flash, Giallo Juyu, Giallo Guanyu, and the others turned pale with fright, not daring to look directly. Chi la, the terrifying palm print bloomed in the sky with endless light and gradually disappeared. Many people's eyes were a little dull. The terrifying palm print dissipated in front of Giallo Jumi's head, and the 8 trigrams void diagram disappeared, and everything calmed down. Hu, Giallo Guanyu, Giallo Zhiheng, and the other elders secretly took a deep breath and let out a long breath. Feeling the sudden silence, Giallo Jumi opened his eyes, and there was a dull light in his eyes as he stared at Du Xiaofu. You can go. Du Xiaofu looked at Giallo Jumi and said, If you don't kill me today, when we meet in the future, I might kill you. I have the demonic bones in my body, and if I turn into a demon, it will be a disaster for this world, and also a disaster for the entire golden-winged Pung bird clan. Why do you have to let me go? Giallo Jumi stared at Du Xiaofu and said, I only know that if you really die, grandmother will be sad, foster father will be sad, sister Kai Ling will be sad, and the clan's disciples will be sad. Du Xiaofu looked at Giallo Jumi and said slowly, In fact, I don't believe that a demonic bone can bring disaster to the world and the clan. You're on your own. Ha 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 ha! Jialo Jumi looked at Du Xiaofu, and a moment later, he left with a loud laugh. The surrounding people looked at each other, and no one stopped him. The whole place was silent, and only the laughter echoed in the void. A heavenly saint! A surprised voice came from the middle-aged man in the sky. His long blue hair fell over his shoulders, and he looked at Du Xiaojing with surprise in his eyes. Chapter 1992. Greetings, Divine Ancestor. All the disciples of the Feng Ji family knelt on the ground. Although they had never seen him before, the aura of the green-haired middle-aged man told them that he was their divine ancestor from the main peak of the heavenly Yu Mountain. They had passed down the teachings and legends from generation to generation. The divine ancestor had suppressed the demons in the forbidden area of the main peak of the heavenly Yu Mountain. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, they had passed down the teachings from generation to generation. Although some people suspected that the divine ancestor had passed away since he hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, their ancestral teachings made them never dare to take half a step into the forbidden area. It wasn't until Dongli Qingqing arrived and successfully entered the forbidden area that they were certain that their divine ancestor was still alive and had been guarding the demons. Rise, all of you! The green-haired middle-aged man waved his long sleeve. Then his gaze fell on Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. He said, "Come with me. It will take a few days. Everyone else, leave the heavenly Yu Mountain as soon as possible after you recover. You can't stay here any longer. The demons are already surging. Danger will also bring opportunities. The heavy responsibility of stopping the great calamity this time will fall on your shoulders." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure swept toward the crumbling main peak of the heavenly Yu Mountain. Brother! President! Xiaofu! Du Xiaoqing, Zhen Qingchun, Mo Tianxiao, Elder Jialo Guanyu, and a large group of people also came to Du Xiaofu's side at this moment. Elder Jialo Guanyu and the others secretly revealed joyful expressions as they looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's cultivation had improved again. Even a half-saint had been severely injured. With such strength, he was probably invincible under the saint realm. More importantly, Du Xiaofu was still very young. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the saint realm. This was the fortune of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. When a human became the young chief of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan, they more or less felt that it was inappropriate. But now they were more and more grateful for their decision. Little Qing. Du Xiaofu gently patted Du Xiaoqing's shoulder and smiled at his big brothers Zhen Qingchun, Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Ming Yao, and the others. He then nodded at Elder Guanyu and the others and said, "Elders, I will go see if Senior has any orders. You guys go ahead and heal." But before Du Xiaofu could finish speaking, he looked up into the sky. In the space where the heavenly wood divine tree had disappeared, green light poured down like rain. Boundless vitality gathered, drawing in the rich energy of the world. An ancient pressure permeated the air. This is the divine ancestor's help to heal everyone's injuries. It can help you achieve twice the result with half the effort. If you can comprehend it, you will benefit a lot. Dongli Qingqing stood in the void. Her clothes outlined her perfect figure. This is an opportunity. Thank you, Senior. The experts of the major forces had already sensed the benefits of such an aura. Each and every one of them was overjoyed. This was the time when they needed to recover from their injuries, especially those top experts of the major forces. In the end, they had been severely injured by the 9-demon emperor. Fortunately, the joint forces of these experts were not weak. Each of them was extraordinary. Therefore, none of them had died. As soon as he said that, figures immediately rushed into the green rain of light. They sat down cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began to meditate. Everyone, heal your injuries first. I will go see if Senior has any orders. Du Xiaofu said to Zhen Qingchun, Mo Tianxiao, and Elder Guanyu. He could see that Zhen Qingchun and the others' injuries were not light. Okay. Jialo Zhiheng nodded to Du Xiaofu. As soon as his voice fell, he ignored Du Xiaofu and led the disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan to heal their injuries. In the Heavenly Devil battlefield, the most important thing was to maintain one's peak condition at all times. Moreover, they had the help of a Saint Realm expert. Maybe they could benefit a lot from it. Brother Qingchun, Qingqing, little tiger, why are you all here? Dongli Qingqing came to Du Xiaofu's side. She greeted Du Xiaoqing, Zhen Qingchun, and little tiger with a charming smile. Sister-in-law, we heard that the experts of the famous clan were looking for you, so we have been looking for you. Later, brother killed all the experts of the famous clan. Du Xiaoqing came to Dongli Qingqing's side intimately. Her beautiful face was a little pale. She had exhausted a lot of energy to kill the army of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Du Xiaoqing's sister-in-law made Dongli Qingqing a little embarrassed. Her cheeks blushed, making her even more charming. She looked at Du Xiaofu and gently held his strong hand. Looking at the purple-robed man's resolute face, she said softly, "Are you okay? The dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal are all looking for you." "Do I look like I'm not okay?" Du Xiaofu clenched her delicate hand even tighter. Seeing that the woman in front of him was safe and sound, he was completely relieved. Not far away, the members of Fang Ji's family looked at the man and woman with complicated and surprised expressions. He really is Sister Qingqing's man. Dongli Ruoyun's beautiful eyes were filled with green light. Dongli Ruoshu looked at the two of them quietly for a while. Then, she walked towards the Fang clan and began to heal the heavily injured Fang clan. When he first saw such a beautiful woman, Dongli Ruoshu's heart fluttered. When Du Xiaofu appeared, he also felt repulse. But now, looking at the purple-robed man, Dongli Ruoshu's heart calmed down. None of this had anything to do with him. The purple-robed man was much more qualified than him. "Brother, sister-in-law." Her voice was very soft. Du Xiaojing walked forward and looked at Dongli Qingqing. His red lips were slightly parted. Xiaojing. It wasn't the first time that Dongli Qingqing had seen Du Xiaojing, but she had never met him. Even though she had never heard Du Xiaofu talk about the Du clan, she had heard many legends. But when she saw Du Xiaofu's beautiful face, she was surprised. She let go of Du Xiaofu's hand and smiled. She said, "You brother and sister are really alike. You're much prettier than your brother, but you can call me Qingqing. Sister-in-law, you're also very beautiful. You're my brother's good fortune." Du Xiaojing said softly. What she said was the truth. She had just seen Dongli Qingqing fight. She was able to be on par with the devil bone warrior Jialo Jumi, who had spiritual thunder. Such strength was enough to prove everything. "I'm a bit embarrassed by your compliments." Dongli Qingqing's face turned even redder. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1993. Xiaojing, after we leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield, let's return to the desolate country. We'll go to the legalism to bring Mother home, Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaojing. Du Xiaojing raised her eyes slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu. The subtle and unfathomable complicated expression on her delicate face quietly disappeared as she said, "Big brother, we will bring Mother home together. We will be reunited as a family." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile. "Xiaofu, the sacred ancestor is still waiting for us. Let's go now," Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded. He said to Du Xiaoqing, Zhen Qingchun, Mo Tianxiao, Yi Piaoling, and the others, "Everyone, heal yourselves first. If I don't show up, you can leave earlier. There are dangers in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, but there are also opportunities." Within the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that there were opportunities and dangers. The appearance of the 9 demon emperors in the Heavenly Devil battlefield made the evil spirits completely restless. Everyone in front of him needed to increase their strength. This was also a kind of tempering. The heavenly wood divine tree said that it would take a few days. Du Xiaofu was afraid that there would be delays, so he told everyone to heal themselves and leave. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter any half-saint or above, they wouldn't be in any danger. This was the heavenly devil battlefield, so there was no safety. With that, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing left. Heal! Zhen Qingchun and Mo Tianxiao, and the others also sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The shattered mountain peak was littered with huge trees and collapsed towering trees. Only a small part of the original mountain peak remained, but it was still standing tall. However, the lush greenery had turned barren, and the scene of vitality had disappeared. On a flat boulder, a green-haired youth stood with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He looked forward with a deep gaze, as if he was thinking about something. His brows were slightly furrowed. Sacred Ancestor! Senior! Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaofu landed on the boulder and bowed to the heavenly wood divine tree. The evil spirits have been unsealed, and the calamity is coming. Everything is destined. The heavenly wood divine tree slowly turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a faint green light in its eyes as it said, "Fortunately, your ancestor left behind the lightning martial vein. After so many years, it has also appeared. The heavy responsibility of resisting this calamity will fall on your shoulders." Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He had already gone through the 18 generations of the Du family, but he didn't feel any heaven-shaking characters. However, from the tone of the heavenly wood divine tree, it seemed that the Du family had a great background in ancient times. "Senior, just who was my ancestor?" Du Xiaofu wanted to know the answer. He was also very curious. If the Du family's ancestor really had such a heaven-shaking character, then why was the Du family only able to settle down in Stone City? Even the Du family in the Imperial City couldn't even be considered a fifth-rate power above Kyushu. You don't need to know right now. Even if you knew, you wouldn't understand. The heavenly wood divine tree looked at Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment before sighing. "What I can tell you is that your ancestor was a very controversial character. Once they come out, I'm afraid your identity won't be able to be hidden from them. At that time, it might cause a huge wave, Senior. Okay, you'll naturally know when the time comes." The heavenly wood divine tree interrupted Du Xiaofu and said to Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, "Do you know why I called you here?" Dongli Qingqing shook her head and said, "Sacred Ancestor, please tell us." "Senior, do you have some treasure or saint item that you want to give to us?" Du Xiaofu's eyes brightened, filled with expectation. He knew that this heavenly wood divine tree had existed since ancient times, so it definitely had many treasures in its hands. Any one of them would definitely be something good. The heavenly wood divine tree glared at Du Xiaofu and unhappily said, "The devil religion has a total of 14 devil emperors. 4 have been sealed outside, while the other 5 have been completely suppressed in the eternal tomb. Senior, doesn't the devil religion only have 9 devil emperors? Moreover, if there are 14, then even if 4 have been suppressed, there will still be 10 left." Du Xiaofu was confused. From what he knew, the devil religion only had 9 devil emperors. That's what you know. You didn't participate in the Great Calamity back then, so you naturally don't know that the devil religion had 14 devil emperors. Back then, the 5 strongest 5 elements devil emperors were completely slain by an expert of the golden-winged Ping race with 5 elemental weapons refined by the Lord of 3,000 worlds. The heavenly wood divine tree rolled its eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "Those 5 elements devil emperors were the strongest devil emperors. They were very difficult to kill. If it weren't for the elemental weapons refined by the Lord of 3,000 worlds, it would have been impossible to completely obliterate them. If those 5 devil emperors still existed, even without the awakening of the demon god, they would have been enough to turn the world into a demonic domain." An expert of the golden-winged Ping race, hearing this, Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't help trembling. He faintly felt like his blood was boiling. The ancestor of the golden-winged Ping race had actually fought alongside the Lord of 3,000 world. Senior, I've seen those 9 devil emperors in the outside world. Why are they still being suppressed here? Du Xiaofu asked. He had always been puzzled by the appearance of the 9 devil emperors here. The outside world is only their physical bodies. What's suppressed here is their yuan spirit. Once their yuan spirits fuse with their physical bodies, that's when they are at their strongest. It's also when the great calamity truly arrives, said the heavenly wood divine tree. PFFF. Following that, a strand of translucent green blood flowed out of the heavenly wood divine tree's mouth. It was filled with vitality and multicolored light fluttered, but its face instantly paled. Sacred ancestor, you're injured? Dongli Qingqing's face paled. She immediately stepped forward and said, Sacred ancestor, let me heal you. Girl, your abilities come from the Fang Jijia family, and the majority of the Fang Jijia family's abilities come from me. You can't help me with anything. I can recover on my own. It's only a matter of time. The heavenly wood divine tree shook its head and faintly smiled at Dongli Qingqing. It then pouted and said, I've been suppressing that devil all these years and maintaining this place, allowing the Fang Jijia family to pass it down generation after generation. I've used up too much energy. Otherwise, even if the 9 devil emperors fused with their yuan spirits, they wouldn't have been able to escape from me. However, even now, that devil hasn't gained any advantage, and his yuan spirits have also paid a price. Dongli Qingqing asked, Sacred ancestor, what should we do now? The heavenly wood divine tree glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, Quickly recover and stop the other 3 devil yuan spirits from escaping. If my guess is correct, the 9 devil emperors have already set off to help the other 3 devil yuan spirits escape. Chapter 1994. However, we don't know where that evil spirit will go first. I'm afraid that his yuan spirit is injured and he won't dare to be too ostentatious. However, we don't know how many other arrangements those evil spirits have made. I'm afraid that it will be impossible for you to stop those 3 evil spirits from being born. The heavenly wood divine tree looked at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing with a serious expression. The 2 of you should go to one of the sealed areas. That place is rather special. The one sealed there is the strongest remaining devil emperor's yuan spirit. I hope there's still time. Senior, we don't have much time. I don't need to rest, so I can leave immediately. Du Xiaofu's expression was serious. Although he had used up a lot of energy in the battle, he just needed to consume some spirit medicines. He didn't need to rest. Ever since he started cultivating, Du Xiaofu's initial dream had only been to reunite with his family and protect his family. But now, the stronger he was, the more he could obtain. Treasures like the purple lightning profound cauldron and the heavenly spirit record had all fallen into his hand. His responsibility was growing. Stopping the great calamity was the task of the master of the 3,000 sectors worlds. Du Xiaofu had unknowingly shouldered this task. There's no need to rush. I can already sense the disturbance there. That evil devil is itching to go, but it's not likely to be able to escape the seal there. There is a supreme being guarding it with the last of his strength. It's enough to suppress the evil devil. It's just that, the heavenly wood divine tree was originally looking in the direction of the void. A trace of worry flashed through its eyes. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors worlds have fallen into the hands of those evil devils. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen. If that evil devil's yuan spirit truly manages to break out of the seal, with your current cultivation, you too won't be able to stop it. If we can't stop it, then what's the point of having us go? Du Xiaofu curled his lips. You'll know when the time comes. But I don't know if the 2 of you will have that opportunity. The heavenly wood divine tree glared at Du Xiaofu, its tone becoming a bit unfriendly. It found that it was a bit displeased when it looked at this brat. If you don't need to rest and recover, I'll send you there right now. The sooner you leave, the better. The sooner you can leave, the better. This place is my karma. I need to stay here to heal. I hope you don't fall into the devil's hands. I'm all. The heavenly wood divine tree waved its hand and a vast expanse of green light shot out. Mysterious runes rapidly wriggled in the air, forming a void channel that emitted an ancient aura. Senior, do you really not have any treasures? Just give me one or two. If you really don't have any, just give me some Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid. Before Du Xiaofu could finish his sentence, a huge devouring power gushed out from the void passageway and swallowed the two of them. The sooner you leave, the better. The Skywood divine tree waved its hand and swept Du Xiaofu into the spatial channel. The spatial passage disappeared, and peace was restored. Sigh, the heavenly wood divine tree quietly looked into the distance. Its eyes narrowed, and after a moment, it let out a sigh. Its robes fluttered and it silently disappeared from the boulder. Whoosh! When Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing squeezed out of the void, they appeared in the vast barren mountain range. Too much. So stingy. Profound energy surged from the soles of his feet as Du Xiaofu's figure floated in midair. He curled his lips and then used his consciousness to probe the surroundings. Besides some devil-demon beasts that were scattered in the distance, there weren't any other living beings. What is this place? Du Xiaofu smacked his lips and looked around. Everywhere was barren and barren. The spirit qi in the air was scarce. Compared to the heavenly Yu mountain, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Dongli Qingqing withdrew her gaze and said, "The place where the demon is sealed might not be far from here. Let's look for it." Du Xiaofu nodded and held Dongli Qingqing's hand. Dongli Qingqing glared at Du Xiaofu and said with a touch of gentleness, "Let's find the place where the demon is sealed first." "Okay, but what is your relationship with Fang Jijia and Dongli Ruoshu? Why are you in the heavenly Yu mountain? Why are those famous people chasing after you?" Du Xiaofu was very curious about Fang Jijia. With the talent of the heavenly wood divine tree, Dongli Ruoshu and Dongli Ruoyun, Fang Jijia definitely had a glorious history. "You ask so many questions. How am I supposed to answer you? Let's talk as we walk." Dongli Qingqing smiled with dimples and didn't say much. She knew that the man in front of her must be very anxious and must have suffered a lot in order to find her. Later on, from Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaofu learned that before the Great Calamity, there were 100 schools of thought contending for supremacy. Among them, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, school of vertical and horizontal, school of thought, school of Mo, school of Yinyang, and school of agriculture were particularly outstanding. In addition, there were also schools of Fangji and the school of the military that gradually rose to prominence. During the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, all the powerful experts of the present age fought against the demons. A great war began, and almost all the powerful experts of the various families and factions were wiped out. After the heavenly devil battlefield was sealed, a famous family suddenly attacked the Fangji clan secretly, massacring the entire Fangji clan. Only one of the Fangji clan's consecrators managed to protect a few people and escape. The members of the Fangji clan had been hiding from the pursuit of famous experts for tens of thousands of years. The remaining clansmen had been hiding ever since, hoping that one day a supreme would emerge and avenge the Fangji clan. Dongli Qingqing stopped in the air, her eyes red and her slender fists clenched. Her gaze was cold. The entire Fangji clan had been massacred by a famous family. She had to take revenge, but unfortunately, she wasn't strong enough. Why did the famous family massacre the Fangji clan? Du Xiaofu gently pulled Dongli Qingqing into his arms. Some of the famous family believed that the senior of the Xingzhu Heaven's divine wood tree had left the sacred fruit in the Fangji clan. Since they couldn't get their hands on it, they secretly massacred the millions of Fangji clan members. After so many years, People have even forgotten about the Fangji clan's existence. Dongli Qingqing's eyes were red. The blood of millions of clansmen flowed like a river. She shouldered this debt of blood. The famous family is really ruthless. Du Xiaofu's eyes also flashed with a fierce golden light. For the sake of a sacred medicine, he massacred millions of Fangji clan members. Behind the glamour of a famous clan, he was actually so vicious and merciless. He was probably even more evil than those demons. I must avenge this. Dongli Qingqing clenched her fists, her eyes surging with killing intent. And me, Du Xiaofu said. Chapter 1995. Dongli Qingqing's expression softened as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You already have enough troubles. The school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, dragons, and so on all have Saint Realm experts behind them." Saint Realm, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with anticipation. If he was able to step into Saint Plane, he would truly have what it took to stand against the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the Dragon Clan. He would truly be the most powerful existence in the world. However, although he had reached the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm, Du Xiaofu knew that there was still a huge gap between him and the Saint Realm. Up until now it was still unreachable. He had no comprehension of the Saint Realm. You will definitely be able to step into the Saint Realm. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu with incomparable determination. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything and only smiled. Although the Saint Realm was unreachable, in Du Xiaofu's heart, there was nothing more unreachable than him being unable to cultivate to the undying and indestructible realm. We have the divine ancestor now. When the time comes, we will have the strength to contend against the school of legalism, dragons, and so on. You also have the golden-winged Peng clan, which also has a Saint Realm expert. The school of Mo and the school of agriculture also have a good relationship with you. When the time comes, we won't have to fear the school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, and so on, Dongli Qingqing said. True strength lies in one's own strength, Du Xiaofu murmured. Then he smiled and looked around. Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree didn't send us to the wrong place, right? Why haven't we found the place where the demon is suppressed after so long? The divine ancestor shouldn't have made a mistake. Dongli Qingqing looked around at the barren mountain range and said, "Let's keep looking. It might be nearby." "We can only keep looking," Du Xiaofu said. Then the two continued to search for the place where the demon was suppressed. With their current cultivation and strength, they didn't dare to be careless. They carefully searched along the way. In the barren mountain range, although the spirit qi in the air was still scarce, many strange plants gradually appeared. This was an extremely strange area. There were sparse withered trees that towered into the sky, and their old bark was cracked like snake scales. In the air, there was a motionless white fog. Let's be careful. Dragons are really bad. A dozen figures appeared in the mountain range. Their bodies were filled with the powerful aura of the Beast clan, but at this moment their faces were filled with anger and unwillingness. Lower your voice. If the dragons hear this, not only will we not be able to survive, even our entire clan will be implicated. Someone said with a worried expression. In any case, we've only been enslaved by the dragons. Even if we encounter those people from the desolate country, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. The desolate country is filled with geniuses and supreme beings. Even the dragons have never been able to take advantage of them. They want us to search for the people from the desolate country. If we can't find them, we'll be punished. If we can find them, we'll be courting death. Some people were indignant, but they could only suppress their anger. I've received news that Long Air has been killed by the demon king Du Xiaofu in the heavenly Yu Mountain. Someone said in a low voice carefully. What? Long Air has been killed? Suddenly, everyone was shocked. They looked at each other in dismay, their eyes filled with shock. The demon king Du Xiaofu has appeared. He won't come here, right? Some people were terrified. Everyone knew of the Demon King's ferocious reputation. At this moment they were still searching for the people from the desolate country. If they encountered the Demon King Du Xiaofu, they would definitely die. Don't worry. The Heavenly Yu Mountain is extremely far from here. The Demon King must be searching for treasures in the Heavenly Yu Mountain. I'm afraid he won't have time to come here. Someone comforted everyone. Be careful, there's someone. Suddenly, someone's expression changed, and he immediately looked ahead. Swish, swish, under the gazes of dozens of people, the figures of a man and a woman quietly appeared in front of them. Both of them were extremely young. The man was dressed in a purple robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was resolute and determined. The woman was even more alluring. She was dressed in tight clothes, and her figure was curvaceous and seductive. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and the eyes on her delicate face were as clear as water. She was like a fairy that had landed in this barren land. When the man and woman appeared, there was no fluctuation in their aura. However, the formless aura they exuded caused the surrounding void to collapse. It was as if the void had solidified. Not good, it's the Demon King Du Xiaofu, someone suddenly exclaimed. He recognized that the purple-robed youth was none other than the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Gulp, gulp, when this exclamation spread, dozens of people immediately swallowed their saliva. Their minds were trembling. Run! Someone's figure was as fast as lightning. He immediately fled at full speed. Swish, swish, 2 streaks of purple light swept out like lightning. The 2 figures stopped in their tracks. Then, their bodies exploded with 2 muffled bangs. Purple flames surged violently, and the heat was monstrous. It was as if purple fireworks were spreading out magnificently. Their bodies were turned into smoke. Rock Emperor, spare our lives! Demon King, spare our lives! The remaining people stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with horror, and their faces were pale. Answer a few of my questions. Where is this place? Is there anyone from the barren nation nearby? Du Xiaofu asked. Rock Emperor, this place is called the 10,000 Spirit Burial Region. There are people from the barren nation nearby, and they have always been searched for by the dragons. Long Yi has ordered that anyone from the barren nation who is seen will be killed without mercy. A middle-aged beast race expert said. His eyes were filled with fear, and he did not even dare to raise his head. Demon King, we were all forced by Long Yi to come here to search for the people from the barren nation. Otherwise, Long Yi would not have let us go. An old man with 2 horns on his forehead said. They were shining brightly, and his aura was not weak. He was secretly looking around. You are afraid of the dragons, so you are not afraid of the barren nation. It seems that it is more useful to make you afraid. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. His face suddenly became fierce, and a golden light gushed out from his eyes. His gaze was cold, and he waved his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, golden light surged out like bolts of golden lightning. Bang, bang, bang! Low muffled sounds like firecrackers were heard. One figure after another exploded. Blood mist poured out, and golden light wreaked havoc. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the old man with 2 horns who had just spoken. He stretched out his hand, and his claw landed directly on the old man's forehead. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. The old man instantly wailed, and his face was distorted. Among the dozens of figures, only the middle-aged man who had answered Du Xiaofu's question was left. He knelt on the ground, trembling. When he heard the old man's blood-curdling scream, he broke out in cold sweat and his hair stood on end. Bang! In just a moment, the screaming old man's body turned into a bloody mist in Du Xiaofu's palm. Du Xiaofu's face turned serious, and his eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. Chapter 1996. Du Xiaofu learned from the beast soul of the old man from the beast race that this place was called the 10,000 Spirit Burial Region. The 10,000 Spirit Burial Region was similar to the Heavenly Yu Mountain. It was filled with legends, but no one knew how these legends had spread. It was said that the 10,000 spirit burial region was filled with killing intent. In ancient times, one of the most intense battles had taken place here. Countless experts had met with calamities here, and many mighty figures had died. It was very likely that they had left behind their inheritances and treasures here. Once one obtained these treasures, especially the news of the mighty figures, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At this moment, the 10,000 spirit burial region had attracted many experts and major forces. They were all here to obtain the legendary inheritances and treasures of the mighty figures. Long E of the Dragons had also arrived at the 10,000 spirit burial region and was still searching for the people of the desolate country. With Long Yi's ability, no one in the desolate country could stop him. The desolate country disciples could only hide everywhere. A few days ago, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others of the desolate country had been severely injured by Long E. If not for the help of the experts of the Nong family and the Mo family, they would have most likely died. This news made Du Xiaofu frown. His eyes were filled with coldness. Go back and tell Long E that I've come to the 10,000 spirit burial region. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me. In 24 hours I will chop off his head. Du Xiaofu turned around and said to the last trembling middle-aged man from the beast race, also spread this news in the 10,000 spirit burial region. Yes, Rock Emperor. The middle-aged man from the beast race stood up. His face was pale, and beads of cold sweat were dripping down his forehead. Then, he trembled and left, secretly rejoicing that he had escaped with his life. Looking at Du Xiaofu's serious expression, Dongli Qingqing stepped forward. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked softly, Xiaofu, what's wrong? Du Xiaofu told Dongli Qingqing about everything that he had learned from the old beastman's beast soul, as well as his elder sister Du Xiaoman's situation. Dragon 1 is very strong. He is the crown prince of the dragons. If nothing unexpected happens, he is very likely to become the next patriarch of the dragons. He is the future hope of the dragon clan. He is not easy to deal with, Dongli Qingqing said with a frown. Even though she had broken through to the undying and indestructible realm, she didn't dare to be careless when facing Long E. As long as he hasn't stepped into the Saint realm. A cold light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Undisguised killing intent surged in his eyes. As long as Long E hadn't stepped into the Saint realm, it was enough to kill him. Long Yi's search for the disciples of the barren state had aroused the killing intent in Du Xiaofu's heart. As for the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the legalism, he had to kill them without mercy. He had to kill them until they were afraid. The devil religion has sent semi-sage experts into the heavenly devil battlefield. I think the seal outside the heavenly devil battlefield should have weakened again. The major forces should have sent semi-sage experts into the heavenly devil battlefield. There must be semi-sage experts among the dragons as well. We have to be careful, Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu after thinking for a while. Her pearly white teeth gently opened, and a pure white light filled the air. Semi-sage, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Strictly speaking, the semi-sage realm was the product of a failed breakthrough to the saint realm. Although one's strength could surpass any cultivator below the saint realm and had the pressure of the saint realm, it was much more difficult to truly break through to the saint realm than to break through to the saint realm normally. Now that a semi-sage expert had appeared in the heavenly devil battlefield, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of a semi-sage expert. After fighting with the Earth Demon Envoy, Du Xiaofu had some judgment about the strength of a semi-sage expert and his own strength. Du Xiaofu felt that with his current strength, the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron, the Purple Gold Heavenly Palace, the Red Horse Monkey's Vital Spirit, and several spiritual thunders, he didn't need to fear a semi-sage expert. Although Du Xiaofu himself had made astonishing progress during this period of time, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the undying and indestructible realm, He was already the strongest below the experts of the Saint realm. However, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry. Half-saints could already enter the heavenly devil battlefield. If true experts of the Saint realm could also enter, then he wouldn't have enough capital to protect himself in the heavenly devil battlefield. Even the situation of himself and the disciples of the entire barren country would be worrying. Just like Long Yi at this moment, the disciples of the desolate country could only hide everywhere. If it weren't for the inheritance and treasures in the myriad spirit burial ground, Long Yi wouldn't have wanted to fight to the death with the Mo family, the School of Agriculture, and the other experts who were helping the desolate country. Even his eldest sister Du Xiaoman and second brother Du Yunlong wouldn't have been able to escape. Saint Realm. I still need to speed up. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. Only when he stepped into the Saint Realm would he have the true strength to contend with them. The great calamity had already begun, and he also needed to step into the Saint Realm as soon as possible. The faster, the better. Could the place where the divine ancestor was suppressing the evil spirit be the myriad spirit burial ground? Dongli Qingqing suddenly said while Du Xiaofu was thinking. It's very likely to be here. Du Xiaofu nodded, a pensive look in his eyes. The heavenly Yu Mountain was one of the secret lands that suppressed the 9 demon emperors' primordial spirit. Since the heavenly wood divine tree had sent the 2 of them to the vicinity of the myriad spirit burial region, it was likely that this place was also suppressing an evil primordial spirit. If it's really here, then what should we do? Dongli Qingqing asked. We have to be careful. In short, we can't let the evil spirit escape, Du Xiaofu frowned. According to Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, if there was an evil spirit suppressed here, then that evil spirit would be extremely powerful. The 2 of them wouldn't be able to stop it, but they could only try their best. But we can wait for a while. Let's set off in 24 hours, Du Xiaofu said as he looked ahead. He already had a rough idea of the situation in the myriad spirit burial ground, so he wasn't in a hurry. Whether it was to prevent that evil spirit from escaping or to kill Long Yi, he had to maintain his peak condition. Also, big sister Du Xiaoman, second brother Du Yunlong, and the other disciples of the desolate country should be hiding nearby. He had to find them. The fastest way to find the people of Huang country was to have them look for him. Du Xiaofu judged that if the news of his battle with Long Yi were to spread, he believed that his elder sister Du Xiaoman and the others would definitely appear at that time. If the Saint Realm experts of the dragon's side entered the heavenly devil battlefield, then it wouldn't be easy to kill Long Yi. And if the news of him severely injuring a half-step saint on the heavenly Yu Mountain reached Long Yi's ears, then Long Yi wouldn't dare to casually fight him. Therefore, the battle with Long Yi would be in 24 hours. Du Xiaofu wanted to end it quickly. If Long Yi was killed, then it would be enough to make the dragon's heart ache. Okay. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded. Qi. A short moment later, Du Xiaofu set up a restriction in the vicinity of a concealed place, and then he brought Dongli and Qingqing into the desolate dimension. Chapter 1997. Time passed slowly. The heavenly Yu Mountain was in ruins. It was not something that could be restored in a short period of time. Other than those who had defended against the major families and factions, the rest of the creatures had been driven away by Fang Jijia. The dazzling green light in the sky gradually disappeared. The people of the major factions gradually woke up from their meditation. Their faces regained their color, and some of them smiled. They had benefited greatly. We'll take our leave first. Everyone bid farewell to Fang Jijia in an extremely polite manner. With the strength that Fang Jijia had displayed, the talents of Dongli Ruoshu, Dongli Qingqing, and Dongli Ruoyun, as well as the presence of a Saint Realm expert like the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, once Fang Jijia reappeared, he would be on equal footing with the 9 great clans. Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoyun, and Dongli Ruoshu's futures were limitless. The major factions naturally knew this and did not dare to be careless. Fang Jijia was also very polite to these major factions who had helped him, especially those from the Desolate Country and the golden-winged Great Peng clan. With the Demon King, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, they were Fang Jijia's most important guests. However, there were exceptions. Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger Du were the two fellows who caused Fang Jijia to be in a state of chaos. Dongli Ruoshu, are there really no more treasured medicines? Give me some more. My brother is the son-in-law of your Fang Jijia. We're family. Sister Royun, do you have any more treasured medicines? Heavenly treasures are fine too. Hey, Elder Dongli, don't go. Do you have any magic weapons or saint weapons? Hey, Elder Dongli, why are you leaving so quickly? In Fang Jijia's residence, wherever Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger Du passed, the people of Fang Jijia avoided them. However, the two of them kept saying that the Fang Ji family and the Desolate Nation were one big family. They treated the Fang Ji family as their own and took whatever they could get their hands on. In the end, even the two 10,000-year-old snow peach trees in front of Fang Ji's house that had just begun to bear fruit could not escape the vicious hands of Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger Du. One of them was directly uprooted, claiming that Huang country and Fang Ji's family were inseparable. They wanted to transplant it at the entrance of Huang country, proving that the relationship between Huang country and Fang Ji's family would never change. It was a 10,000-year-old snow peach tree. It wasn't just a 10,000-year-old snow peach tree. The snow peach only matured once every 10,000-year-old year. The value of the two 10,000-year-old snow peach trees was not far off from that of sacred herbs. Otherwise, they would not have been placed at the entrance of the Fang Ji clan. The elders of the Fang Ji clan didn't agree at first, but Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaohu took advantage of the fact that the elders of the Fang Ji clan weren't paying attention to steal from the young disciples of the Fang Ji clan. Send these two away now. The first elder of the Fang Ji clan was fuming with rage. Elder, are there still people from the Desolate Nation recovering? Dongli Ruoyun weakly asked the first elder. Take them away as well. Tell them that our Fang Ji clan is in isolated cultivation. If we don't send these two scourges away, our clan will go bankrupt. The first elder did not hold back and was determined not to let these two scourges stay. Having said that, he looked around and sighed. Ruoyun Ruoshu, take some people with you and follow the Desolate Nation. First, make sure that those two don't come back and steal the tree. Second, take care of Qingqing. It is time for our Fang Ji clan to come out again. And so, the group from the Desolate Nation and the Golden-Winged Rocks were also invited away by the Fang Ji clan. Those old geezers are so stingy, hiding all the good stuff. Next time, bring Du Xiaoyao along, let's see where they'll hide it. Du Xiaoqing still wanted more. Her charming face was full of anger. She was sure that the elders had hidden the treasures away. Unfortunately, Du Xiaoyao wasn't here. Otherwise, she could have secretly taken them away. After hearing Du Xiaoqing, Dongli Ruoshu and Dongli Ruoyun had a helpless expression. They couldn't help but be on guard against this girl. The vast mountain range was desolate everywhere. There were a lot of eerie white bones here, and the mountains and earth were dyed a dark red color. That was the color of the blood of the experts who fought in the ancient war. Even today, this place was still full of murderous intent. However, after the recent arrival of many experts, many of these murderous intents had been removed. Nevertheless, they had paid a bloody price. Be careful, there are some places you can't set foot in. It is a land of death. In midair, figures rose into the air. An old man warned the younger generation behind him. Elder, do you think that Demon King Du Xiaofu will be able to kill Dragon One? In midair, a woman with big eyes asked the old man in front of her. She was dressed in tight clothes and her eyes shone brightly. Dragon One is an expert of the dragons. His strength has long surpassed many old dragons. The Demon King Du Xiaofu has always been fierce and valiant. The dragons and the Desolate Country already have a blood feud that cannot be resolved. The outcome of their battle is hard to predict, but one thing is for sure, it will be an earth-shattering battle. The old man sped forward. His eyes were slightly raised, filled with anticipation. It had only been 20 hours, but the entire myriad spirit burial region was in an uproar. The demon king Du Xiaofu had already arrived at the myriad spirit burial region. When the news of him wanting to kill Dragon One spread, it swept across the entire region like a storm, causing a commotion everywhere. In a short period of time, every faction paid attention to it. Those who were further away all rushed to the myriad spirit burial region, heading towards a certain place. In the myriad spirit burial region, within a barren mountain range, there was a deep abyss that was tens of thousands of feet wide. Dense fog billowed within the abyss. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Countless white bones were piled up at the edge of the abyss. It was like a mountain of bones, causing one to stop in their tracks and feel a chill in their hearts. There were experts who tried to barge into the abyss with their own strength and methods, but after letting out miserable cries, they disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that many experts had entered the abyss, but no one had ever come out. Walala, at the bottom of the abyss, there would occasionally be fog billowing and resplendent light fluctuations. It made one believe that there was definitely a great treasure or an almighty inheritance at the bottom of the abyss. No one dared to barge in. They were all waiting for an opportunity to enter. Recently, the fog had been billowing, and some people believed that the great treasure or inheritance was about to appear. Whoosh whoosh, awoo. In front of the abyss there were groups of people. There were powerful auras fluctuating, obscure auras flitting past in the dark, and the roars of beasts occasionally reverberating. However, the closer one got to the abyss, the fewer people there were. Other than a few major factions not far away, no one dared to approach. This was because there were many experts from the beast race entrenched in the area before Dragon One occupied the abyss. Chapter 1998. Awoo! Ferocious beasts roared, their auras powerful and intimidating. Any one of them was enough to shake the 3 continents of Kyushu. Awoo! Flood dragons coiled around, looking like small mountains. As their scales opened and closed, light gushed out. It was dazzling. Demon King Du Xiaofu is coming. He said he wants to cut off Dragon One's head. Is this true? Lower your voice. Dragon One is right in front. If he hears you, it'll be troublesome. Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dragon One. Who will win? It's said that Dragon 2 was also killed by Du Xiaofu. He's also a terrifying expert. Demon King Du Xiaofu is too savage. Dragon One is definitely not weak. His strength and cultivation have long surpassed many dragons. He's the successor of the dragons. Almost all of the 9 sons of the dragons were killed by Demon King Du Xiaofu. This time, will Dragon One avenge the humiliation of the dragons? Or will he destroy all 9 sons of the dragons? I'm really looking forward to it. The battle between these two is enough to be called a peak battle. 10,000 spirit burial realm was abuzz. Although some people lowered their voices, it was still a boiling cauldron of voices that converged into a sound wave that soared into the sky. Demon King Du Xiaofu won't live past tomorrow. Suddenly, such a sentence came from behind the abyss. It was like a dragon's roar, shaking the clouds. The sound wave was mixed with a soul-shaking power, causing one's heartbeat to suddenly stop. It's Dragon One. Everyone was shocked. That voice came from Dragon One. Just his voice alone was enough to make everyone present tremble. How powerful was that? Not far from the abyss, there was a huge group of boulders. Many figures were sitting cross-legged. Is that Demon King really coming back? At the center of the boulder, a woman sitting cross-legged opened her slightly closed eyes. Starlight fluctuated in her eyes, and her skin was whiter than snow. She sat cross-legged quietly, exuding an elegant and noble temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. She was Zhou Xiaoluo, the leader of the School of Agriculture's younger generation, a nirvana supreme. I'm afraid that Long Yi's strength is invincible under the Saint Realm. I wonder how strong that demon King Du Xiaofu has become during this period of time? Behind Zhou Xiaoluo, an old man with the face of a farmer said. He stared at the abyss and frowned. He had fought against Long Yi before. He had teamed up with a cultivator from the Mo clan, but he had not been able to gain any advantage over Long Yi. Let's wait and see. Zhou Xiaoluo smiled. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Then, she closed her eyes and rested. Not far away, there was a mountain peak that had been cut horizontally at the waist. It was neat and tidy, as if it had existed for a long time. That demon king is really high profile this time. A woman in tight clothes stared at the abyss. Her legs were long and slender, and her figure was curvy. She had a kind of valiant beauty in her fiery hot body. Her entire person exuded a kind of wild beauty. Long Yi is only one step away from the Saint Realm. I'm afraid that he is invincible under the Saint Realm. This battle will be a battle of luck between the barren nation and the dragons. Behind the woman in tight clothes, a beautiful middle-aged woman said. Although her clothes were simple, her invisible aura was self-evident. She was a cultivator from the Mo clan. She looked middle-aged, but in fact, she had been cultivating for a very long time. Her cultivation was difficult to find many opponents in the world. However, not long ago, this cultivator had teamed up with an elder from the School of Agriculture to fight Long Yi. They had not been able to gain any advantage over Long Yi. Instead, they had been suppressed. This made them fear Long Yi. It is said that Long Yi has been killed by the Rock Emperor of the Barren Nation in the heavenly Yu Mountain. It is difficult to guess who will win between Long Yi and him, a tall and elegant woman said. Her black hair was like lacquer and her skin was like jade. Her beautiful eyes revealed an indescribable charm. This woman was Mo Junyu from the Mo clan. She was another representative of the younger generation of the Mo clan other than Mo Runan. We will know when the time comes. It is too early to make any guesses now. The woman in tight clothes in the front smiled. She was surrounded by a great aura. As the number one person in the younger generation of the Mo clan, she was the center of attention. The 24 hours are almost up. Why hasn't the Demon King come yet? Could it be that he is afraid to come? Long Yi is not someone that anyone can provoke. A few days ago, the two strongest cultivators from the Mo clan and the School of Agriculture attacked together, but they could not gain any advantage over Long Yi. They were even suppressed. If Long Yi did not care about the numbers of the School of Agriculture and the Mo clan, I am afraid that the School of Agriculture and the Mo clan would not be able to stop him. I suspect that Long Yi is deliberately holding back. He wants to lure the Demon King Du Xiaofu here. Long Yi also has the 5 great dragon guards. If any one of them were to appear, they would be able to become a giant. It is a pity that the 5 great dragon guards have always been inseparable from Long Yi. Otherwise, Du Yunlong and the others in the desolate country would not have been able to escape. The 5 great dragon guards were carefully selected by the dragons when Long Yi was still young. They protected Long Yi as he grew up. They are the people that Long Yi trusts the most. I heard that the 5 great dragon guards have an extremely high status among the dragons. They are not something that ordinary battle servants can compare to. They are even comparable to the status of some descendants of the true dragons among the dragons. All sorts of discussions were going on. The living beings that had gathered here were all looking forward to the battle. Compared to the treasures and the inheritance of the Almighty in the 10,000 spirit burial ground, the battle between Long Yi and the Demon King Du Xiaofu today was also an irresistible temptation. In front of the abyss, behind the huge bodies of ferocious beasts and between the entrenched flood dragons, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged on top of the 5 largest white bone mountains. The 5 of them had their eyes closed and were resting. They all looked to be in their 40s and wore armor made from flood dragon scales. They shone brightly and emitted a dragon's might. True dragon scale armor was not something that anyone other than descendants of the true dragon bloodline had the right to possess. Making it for outsiders was a great disrespect to the dragons. Those are the 5 great dragon guards. Many living beings looked at the 5 figures from afar and gasped in surprise. The 5 of them were Long Yi's 5 great dragon guards. Although they were battle servants, they were too extraordinary. There were probably not many people present who could fight with them. The 10,000 spirit burial ground was very large. It was desolate and deathly silent. The roars of ferocious beasts that were as large as mountains could be heard. The dangers in this area had already been eliminated. There were no more dangers. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Demon King Du Xiaofu. As the 24-hour period drew closer and closer, the crowd became more and more excited. Some living beings looked back, searching for the Demon King Du Xiaofu's figure. However, they did not see the Demon King Du Xiaofu. They only saw more living beings rushing over. The treasures and inheritance in the 10,000 spirit burial ground, plus the battle between Long Yi and the Demon King Du Xiaofu, made it so that no one had any reason to miss it. Densely packed figures descended from all directions. There were humans and beasts. Chapter 1999. The battle between Dragon 1 and Demon King Du Xiaofu had yet to begin, but it had already attracted everyone's attention. No one was willing to miss this battle between dragons and tigers. This will definitely be a battle between the pinnacle. Dragon 1 is incomparably powerful, and Demon King Du Xiaofu is ferocious and terrifying. I'm afraid the 2 of them will be evenly matched. Dragon 1 is the crown prince of the dragons. He is the future of the dragons. As the descendant of the supreme beast race, I'm afraid that Demon King Du Xiaofu will also encounter a formidable opponent this time. Demon King Du Xiaofu has threatened to chop off Dragon 1's head. I'm afraid it won't be easy this time. More and more figures appeared in the surroundings. They were densely packed with creatures from various races. Everyone was clear that this battle would have a huge impact. Whoosh whoosh, in the distant void, amidst the numerous sounds of wind breaking, 2 figures appeared from the void. It was a man and a woman. The man looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. His figure was tall and straight, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His purple robe fluttered slightly, and his appearance was resolute and sharp. His eyes were clear and calm, but they made people feel respect for no reason. The woman was dressed in a tight outfit that outlined her graceful figure. Her fine black hair was tied into a simple blue hairstyle. Her eyebrows were like emerald green feathers, and her skin was as white as snow. Her entire person emitted a faint spiritual aura, as if she was a fairy that had walked out from a faraway spiritual mountain. She was like a banished immortal that had walked out from a painting. This woman was too beautiful. Her eyes were like pools of water, untainted by the mortal world. She seemed amiable, but in fact, she gave people a feeling of being 1,000 miles away, making people not dare to approach her. Inadvertently, a faintly discernible pressure was emitted from her graceful body, causing people to feel fear and trepidation just by looking at her. The 2 of them looked like a perfect couple as they walked through the air. What a beautiful woman! Where did she come from? That man seems to be Demon King Du Xiaofu. Heavens, it's Demon King Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, such a voice reverberated through the center of myriad spirit burial and instantly shook the surroundings. For a time, all the gazes in the entire area fell on the 2 people. Waves of aura surged into the sky. The 5 figures clad in dragon scale armor on the 5 bone mountains suddenly opened their eyes, and light shot out from their eyes. Du Xiaofu, Demon King Du Xiaofu. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. More and more living beings immediately recognized the man with shoulder-length black hair, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That guy really did come. He's a guy who's showing mercy everywhere. Fortunately, Muhan isn't here. Mo Runan's curvy body slightly tilted up as she looked at the man and woman who were flying over from the distance. She raised her eyebrows. Then, Mo Runan fixed her gaze on Dongli Qingqing. As though she sensed something, her eyes were filled with astonishment as she said, "Dongli Qingqing's strength seems to have improved a lot. A perfect pair. What a pair of jade people." In the farmhouse, Zhou Xiaoluo opened her eyes and stood up. She looked at the pair of jade people who were flying over from the distance and revealed a smile. She wore a coarse hemp dress, but it didn't affect her extraordinary aura at all. Instead, it added to her elegance. Demon King Du Xiaofu is really here. That woman seems to be Dongli Qingqing from the Great Wheel sect. What a beautiful woman! Such a peerless woman. Only someone like the Demon King Du Xiaofu is worthy of being her companion. Following the arrival of the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, all the creatures in the myriad spirit burial realm were shocked. Looking at the purple-robed, black-haired young man with calm and sharp eyes, some were envious, while others were fearful and jealous. All kinds of complicated expressions appeared on different faces. However, wherever the two figures passed, the people in the air and on the ground moved and made way for them. Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing walked out of the desolate ancient space and arrived at this place. Their faces were calm as they swept their gazes across the ground and finally looked at the abyss in front of them. Aolo, suddenly, a dragon's roar soared into the sky and a blazing light bloomed from the abyss. Boom! As the light appeared, a blazing aura swept out. A huge dragon appeared in the sky. It was as if one couldn't see the end of it. It was surrounded by blazing flames. The dragons might spread out, bringing with it a vast aura that could burn everything. In an instant, as the flood dragon soared into the sky, the entire void froze and the atmosphere became tense. The surrounding creatures were shocked. That's the Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon. That's the Domain Lord of Yentian. He just arrived here yesterday. Someone exclaimed. That Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon was the Domain Lord of Yentian of the Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon clan. He was a branch of the dragons and wasn't a descendant of the true dragon. The Domain Lord of Yentian has always considered himself a dragon. Although he is powerful and is rumored to have reached the peak of the Overlord realm, he has never stepped into the core of the dragons. This time, he must be trying to stand up for the dragons and gain their recognition. Someone lowered his voice and whispered, afraid that the terrifying Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon would hear him. The person who killed the dragons will die a horrible death today, the Domain Lord of Yentian said. His ferocious roar was like a clap of thunder that made people's hearts tremble. His aura shocked the surrounding beasts and made some of the beasts tremble in fear. Aolo, before his roar had even faded, the Domain Lord of Yentian's terrifying Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon body turned into a huge pillar of fire and charged towards Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. Flames rippled around him as he spat out flames from his ferocious mouth like a volcanic eruption. Surging red lava rose up and down and drowned everything. Flames dripped onto the ground and burned the boulders into dust, destroying everything in their path. Such terrifying power made it impossible for living creatures to avoid it. Boom! The Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon soared through the sky, causing the void to tremble. Flames surged into the sky, emitting a powerful aura and killing intent that made people's hearts tremble. Many living creatures were so excited that their bodies involuntarily trembled. But at this moment, Dongli Qingqing made her move. She raised her head slightly, her expression as calm as ever. Her eyes were clear as water, and her slender hands quickly formed a hand seal. Then, a bow formed from mysterious runes appeared in her hand. She pulled the bow and a runic energy arrow appeared. Swish, the energy arrow shot out, and a green light covered half of the sky. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed in a strange manner. At this moment, the Scarlet Heavenly Flood Dragon seemed to have sensed something. Its huge dragon eyes violently shrank, revealing a complicated expression of fear and shock. But it was too late. The void seemed to have frozen, and under countless horrified gazes, everything seemed to have stopped. The arrow pierced through the sky, and a dazzling green light illuminated the world. It swallowed the monstrous flames and corroded the dragon runes. Finally, it landed on the ferocious head of the domain lord of Yentian and pierced through his forehead. Chapter 2000. Chi-la-la of blood splattered high above the ferocious dragon head of the Yentian region master, and the terrifying aura around him was instantly annihilated. The Yentian region master's pupils constricted, and the corners of his eyes widened. He seemed to want to say something, but no words came out. In the end, the huge fiery dragon body fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Rumble, the dragon body fell, and the earth shook. The dragon body broke apart, lying in the barren mountain range. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyes widened as they looked at the fairy-like woman in disbelief. Such a woman, like a fairy from a painting, like a fairy from a spiritual mountain, had killed the terrifying domain lord of Yentian with just a wave of her hand. The entire void seemed to have stopped, and it was exceptionally quiet. This scene was too shocking. Killing the Yentian region master with a single arrow, what kind of strength was this? The fairy-like woman had killed such an expert in the blink of an eye, and the most shocking thing was that her expression did not change at all. I didn't expect her to have reached such a level. Zhou Xiaoluo of the Nong family, Mo Runan of the Mo family, and the others were also shocked at this moment. If they were facing the Yentian region master, they knew that their chances of winning would not be more than 30%, let alone killing him with a single arrow. Killing with a single arrow was a kind of suppression, and only when one was much stronger than the former could it cause such a suppression. Although he is a fool, he is definitely not someone you can kill as you wish. Du Xiaofu, you will pay the price for everything you have done. As the Yentian region master fell, such a voice spread out like a dragon's roar. It was calm with a coldness that could be felt by anyone, and it resounded in the void like a clap of thunder. The sound waves spread out from the abyss, and it shook the surroundings. Such a voice also made everyone quiet out of fear. Everyone knew that it was Long Yi who had spoken. Rumble, 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 rumble. As Long Yi's voice fell, 5 auras soared into the sky from the 5 enormous mountains of bones. 5 figures flew up into the void, and there was a faint trace of mystery between them. The dragon's scale armor on the 5 figures was shining, and there seemed to be the shadow of a dragon entrenched in the air. It's the 5 dragon guards. The 5 terrifying auras were enough to make the experts of the major forces in the surroundings change their expressions. The 5 auras shot up into the sky, and Du Xiaofu, but he did not even look at them. Instead, he looked at Dongli Qingqing beside him and smiled, and said softly, "It's enough for me. I couldn't. I will, and I will not next time." Dongli Yi's in the Dragon Guards were the Een to God Yantis, and he Ninza's is that? Long s is to Eens is Yas Nilu s's, uses is nnn. Then, I will go and kill that big worm. Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at the 5 figures in the void in front of him. A faint golden light flashed in his clear eyes, and he looked at the abyss and said, "Do you think you can keep your life by relying on the 5 of them?" His voice reverberated, and there was an invisible fierceness and dominance in his calm voice. Overbearing as always, Du Xiaofu's words showed that he did not put Long Yi in his eyes. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Long Yi today, which shocked everyone. "I can kill you, but you don't have the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of me. Not everyone has the qualifications to attack me. If you can get past the 5 dragon guards, then I will give you this honor today. Perhaps you can die with dignity." Behind the abyss, Long Yi's voice was like a dragon's roar, and he responded to Du Xiaofu, "If you can't even get past the 5 dragon guards, then your end will be very miserable." Since you want to find a few more to die with you, I don't mind. Du Xiaofu took a step forward as he looked at the 5 figures in the air. Golden profound qi surged under his feet as he crossed the void and moved forward. 5 dragon sword formation. When they saw that Du Xiaofu did not even look at them, the eyes of the 5 figures quietly turned gloomy. A chilling aura shot out as the 5 of them roared furiously in unison. In an instant, 5 energy light pillars surged out from the 5 of them. Finally, they merged with each other and swiftly formed a 5-man combined attack formation. Rumble, the light of the formation enveloped the surrounding void and distorted space. A terrifying pressure faintly seeped out from it, and it caused the expressions of the top experts present to change. The 5-dragon sword formation originates from the ancient times. The 5 dragon guards are all near the peak of the Overlord realm. When they form the formation, their strength will increase explosively. When the 5 of them formed the formation, the old man who led the school of agriculture frowned. If he had encountered the 5 dragon guards a few days ago, he would have had to fight a fierce battle. He might not even have had much of a chance of winning. Bang! The 5 of them formed the formation. In an instant, they each held a simple ancient sword in their hands. Sword light shot into the sky as the sword rumbled. The sword runes seemed to be covered in dragon scales, and a dragon's roar seemed to resound. A vast aura accompanied by a dragon's might swept out in all directions. The 5-dragon sword, a treasure of the dragons. It's rumored that a dragon expert secretly refined it from the dragon bones of the experts in the clan. In the end, he was severely punished by the clan, but the 5-dragon sword is just too extraordinary. When the 5 swords are combined, it's said that it's comparable to a saint artifact. The beautiful woman from the Mo clan could not help but speak when the 5 ancient swords appeared. These 5 swords are not bad. Du Xiaofu also looked at the 5 ancient swords. Just a single one of them was on a par with the heavenly dragon barrier that he had obtained in the past. At this moment, the awakened heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's watchtower seemed to have sensed the presence of the 5-dragon sword, so it leapt up secretly. If Du Xiaofu had not stopped it, it probably would have charged out of the watchtower long ago. The sword formation is not bad as well. It's just a pity that it's a little weak, Du Xiaofu said again. As he spoke, he continued to look at the 5 of them. He did not even stop as he slowly made his way through the air. Du Xiaofu's pace was slow and calm, but it carried with it an aura that made all living beings revere him. In response to Du Xiaofu's words, the 5 dragon guards' face turned gloomy. As he looked at the approaching figure, his gaze became colder and colder. He continuously formed hand seals, and the sword light in his hand flashed. It affected the energy of heaven and earth in the void, causing wind and thunder to roar in all directions. The void rumbled and trembled as countless mysterious talisman runes condensed from the distorted formation in the void. Ao 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 ao. Finally, on the 5 dragon guards' 5 dragon sword, 5 enormous dragon phantoms soared into the sky. The dragon's roar resounded, and the dragon's might filled the air. Chapter 2001. 5 Dragons' Heaven-Cleaving Sword. The 5 dragon guards shouted in unison. Their swords condensed, and the 5 figures quickly formed a straight line in the void. The 5 dragon silhouettes quickly merged, and an earth-shaking dragon roar immediately resounded in this ancient and desolate world. Roar! As the dragon's roar rang out, an enormous dragon's silhouette appeared. It was like a sword or a dragon as it stretched across the sky. It was many times larger than the domain lord of flaming heaven, and it appeared before everyone's shocked gazes. Goo goo! At the sight of the dragon-like and sword-like shadow, everyone gasped and their souls trembled. How many people under the Saint Realm can resist such an attack and the 5-dragon sword? In the farmer's house, the old man was shocked to the point that he was a little dazed. The combined strength of the 5 dragon guards completely exceeded his expectations. He couldn't help but gasp for Du Xiaofu. Kill! In the sky, the dragon sword-like sword light swept towards Du Xiaofu at the same time. Wherever such a terrifying sword passed, the space suddenly exploded with a rumble, and a pitch-black vacuum crack floated in the sky. Such sword power shocked all living beings. This pressure was too strong, and it could destroy everything. Such a sword made everyone tremble, and their hearts palpitated. Any one of the 5 dragon guards was incomparably powerful. Now that they had joined forces and the 5 dragons soared, they were terrifying. This was the strongest attack of the 5 dragon guards, and it condensed all the essence, energy, and spirit in their bodies. This was also an attack with no way out. Their battle strength reached the peak with one sword. Facing the demon king Du Xiaofu, the 5 dragon guards had long heard of his name. Even Dragon 2 had been killed by him, and he also had the divine thunder cauldron. Therefore, the 5 dragon guards used all their strength to kill the demon king Du Xiaofu in one move. Otherwise, the 5 of them would be at a disadvantage. If they couldn't win with this move, their master, Dragon 1, would do it. There was no need for them to do anything else. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. Du Xiaofu nodded and secretly praised the 5 dragon guard. As a battle servant, being able to cultivate to such a level was absolutely rare in the world. However, the 5 dragons guards were the battle servants of dragons. Du Xiaofu had no intention of showing them any mercy. Moreover, the 5 dragon guards' killing intent was very strong. Facing people who wanted to kill him, Du Xiaofu would not be polite. Ayo! The cry of a dragon resounded. That sword was like a heavenly sword that tore through the sky, like a divine dragon that rushed into the heavens. It erupted with shocking and terrifying fluctuations, and its might overflowed into the heavens and illuminated the heavens. Facing such a terrifying killing move, Du Xiaofu stared straight at it. His eyes twitched slightly, and he didn't even stop in his tracks. Right when the sword light was about to descend before him, Du Xiaofu suddenly shook his arm and stretched out his hand. His fingers were slightly curled, and golden talisman markings flickered on the tip of his fingers as if they intended to tear space apart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura suddenly became like that of a peerless ferocious beast. With a wave of his hand, a claw appeared in his hand, and a domineering and terrifying aura erupted. The claw tore through the void, and the dazzling talisman markings wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged roc had spread its wings and soared into the sky. With such a claw in the sky, the surrounding creatures all felt a sense of fear. Especially the creatures from the beast race, they felt uncomfortable and fearful for no reason. It was as if they were facing a supreme king. It was as fast as lightning. The golden claw was like a golden sun in the sky. It tore through space and created 5 pitch-black spatial cracks. It heavily collided with the dragon-like sword light. Crash! As the frightening claw descended, the dragon-like sword glow dragon was torn apart with an unstoppable force after a short stalemate. Like a hot knife through butter, the talisman markings in the sky shattered, and a terrifying energy storm spread out in an arc. Pring. The 5 dragon guards' figure appeared. His eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't have any room to maneuver. The dragon scale armor on his body was directly pierced through by the claw, and a mist of blood soared into the sky, sprinkling the void. At this scene, the void froze, and only the sound of the energy waves collapsing could be heard. What kind of strength was this? The 5 dragon guards and the 5 dragon swords were the strongest attack of the joint attack formation, but they were killed so easily. It was shocking to the point of disbelief. Gulp, gulp, some people swallowed their saliva, and the sound of them sucking in cold breaths rose and fell. All the creatures were overwhelmed with emotions, and they trembled in fear. Such a purple-robed man was too terrifying and cruel. The golden light fluctuated beautifully, and it was filled with the supreme power of the golden-winged roc. It was as if a true roc had been born, and it had a domineering aura that looked down on the world. After a short moment of shock and silence, in this ancient and desolate world, the 10,000 spirit burial realm was filled with exclamations. Killing the 5 dragon guard with one claw, such a shocking scene was engraved in the minds of all the creatures present, and it was difficult to erase. No one would have thought that the demon king Du Xiaofu would only use a simple claw to end the 5 dragon guards' full-strength attack, and the 5 dragon guards' blood dyed the 10,000 spirit burial realm. The purple-robed man was dyed with golden light, and he was like a war god descending to the world. When he moved, he was like the demon king in the sky. Too strong, unfathomable. The demon king Du Xiaofu is as cruel as ever, and he's abnormally strong. In the School of Agriculture and Mo family's formations, Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo, and the other disciples and experts couldn't hide their shock, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Bastard! This angry shout was accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook the sky. From above the abyss, on a towering cliff, a figure flashed forward like lightning. The 5 dragon guard was killed and turned into a bloody mist, but the 5 dragon swords remained. The runes were restrained, and they rumbled like dragons diving into the abyss. Collect! Du Xiaofu waved his arm, and a golden light swept out like an invisible golden net, directly imprisoning the 5 ancient 5 dragon swords. Together with the cosmos bags, they were all collected into his hand. Good swords. Looking at the 5 dragon swords, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but praise them inwardly. Even with Du Xiaofu's insight, these 5 dragon swords were not ordinary objects. They fluctuated with runes, and emitted a dragon's aura. In the end, the 5 dragon swords and the cosmos bags were collected by Du Xiaofu into his own cosmos bag without any hesitation. Boom! The void rumbled, and the figure in the void in front of Du Xiaofu appeared in the air in front of him in an instant. He was wearing a golden battle robe that was like dragon scales, emitting a dazzling metallic luster, and a white dragon-patterned cloak that fluttered in the wind. On his shoulders, there were 2 dragon horns that stood erect, like 2 miniature horned dragons. This man looked to be in his 30s, and his light golden hair was combed neatly behind his head. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was like jade. There seemed to be a divine fire burning in his eyes, and he emitted a dragon's aura. His aura was powerful and sacred. Chapter 2002. That's the Crown Prince of the Dragons, Long Yi. The arrival of such a man in battle attire in the air caused the eyes of many female creatures present to light up, and some of them even became dazed. Long Yi was indeed extraordinarily handsome. His dragon-patterned white cape fluttered in the wind, and his battle attire was awe-inspiring. His eyes were deep, and there was a faint golden brilliance rippling in them, containing a vision. His entire person was enveloped in a kind of radiance, standing tall like a god of war. The overflowing aura on his body made people want to prostrate themselves before him. Long Yi stood in the air, his eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu. The golden divine fire in his eyes seemed to revolve around a star. Use your true body. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to cut off your head. However, Du Xiaofu only said this as he looked at Long Yi. He didn't take Long Yi too seriously. This didn't mean that Du Xiaofu was arrogant, and it also didn't mean that Du Xiaofu couldn't sense Long Yi's strength. On the contrary, Du Xiaofu could clearly sense that Long Yi was very strong. Compared to Long Er, Long Ting, and the others, he was far, far stronger. The 9 crown princes of the dragons, each stronger than the last, each more extraordinary than the last. The strength of the dragons, and the strength of the bloodline of the true dragon descendants, shocked Du Xiaofu to the core. If he had entered the heavenly devil battlefield, although he had already reached the immortal realm at that time, Du Xiaofu could clearly sense that if he had just stepped into the immortal realm and faced the current Long Yi, it was still uncertain who would win and who would lose. This Long Yi was so strong that he couldn't see through him. However, it was different now. With his current cultivation, Du Xiaofu didn't fear Long Yi. Even if Long Yi was so strong that he couldn't see through him, it was fine as long as he hadn't stepped into the true saint realm. Boom! And when Du Xiaofu finished speaking, with Du Xiaofu as the center, the entire void trembled. It was as if the world was trembling, and the blood and qi within people's bodies were surging. The divine fire radiance in the eyes of Long Yi fluctuated as if it was burning violently. However, after looking at Du Xiaofu, it calmed down again. You are very arrogant and you have the right to be arrogant. However, you should know that in front of me, regardless of background or strength, you are still not qualified. Long Yi opened his mouth. At this moment, his voice was calm. It was slow and powerful, revealing a kind of confidence and calmness. His aura was also calm and powerful. This proved that at this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't look down on him, but there was a kind of confidence and contempt that came from the depths of his bloodline and soul. He continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. I am a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon, an innate supreme race. You puny humans simply can't compare to me. As for strength, although you are not weak, but everything will end today. This kind of calm and powerful voice was like the sound of the Tao in the void, making people's hearts fluctuate without reason. Especially at this moment, the dragon's might that was spreading out from Long Yi's body along with his words made people's hearts throb. It made all the living beings present feel weak and want to kneel on the ground. What a terrifying Long Yi, the future of dragons! Looking at such a heroic-looking man in battle clothes, the old people of the Nong family and the Mo family trembled. If they compared the strongest young generation of their respective families, it was obvious that they were inferior. Although Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo were supremes, their cultivation time was far less than Long Yi's. However, Long Yi had a natural advantage. Even if they were at the same level, Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo were inferior. With your strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and calmly looked at Long Yi, but that inexplicable domineering and fierce aura was difficult to suppress. He said, For me, any race is worthy of respect. I came from Stone City, step by step, but unfortunately, I have the bloodline of the dragons like you, so I think of myself as noble. You don't know, at that time, your younger brothers also said the same annoying words as you, but in the end his voice slightly paused. Du Xiaofu looked at Long Yi, and that inexplicable domineering and fierce aura gradually became stronger. He said, In the end, they were all eaten by me, and the taste was not bad. Hearing such a voice, the corner of Long Yi's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He calmly looked at the former. Boom! Finally, the majestic aura in Long Yi's body was like an unsuppressible volcano, and it began to revolve. Along with a wave of coldness in his eyes, the surging aura in his body suddenly rushed out and rushed into the sky. Like a dragon's roar, he angrily shouted, The descendants of the dragons who died because of you, I, as the crown prince of the dragons, guarantee that I will use your blood as a sacrifice. Du Xiaofu raised his head and glanced at Long Yi and said, A crown prince of the dragons like you really has no weight in front of me. If you want to compare, I am the emperor of the barren country, and I have the position of the human emperor. In the golden-winged rock clan, I am the crown prince of the dragons, and I have eaten many of them. What are you, only know how to be noisy. Use your true body, and let me chop off your head. This guy is still as savage and arrogant as before. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was calm but inexplicably domineering, the eyes of Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, Mo Junyu, and the rest flickered. They smiled bitterly to themselves, but they were also filled with anticipation. Long Yi's jade-like face gradually turned cold, and he stared at Du Xiaofu. The surging aura in his body became even denser, and it violently fluctuated, as if a volcano had already erupted. With a rumbling sound of wind and thunder, it whistled through the void, and it was like a dragon's roar. At the same time, Long Yi shook his arm, and a war blade appeared in his hand. The war blade was as tall as Long E, and the hilt of the blade was like a coiling dragon. The runes on the blade flickered, and around the war blade there seemed to be a dragon's shadow in the void, and it seemed to be roaring towards the heavens, and its aura was powerful and intimidating. With such a war blade in Long Yi's hand, it was as if he was holding a dragon's shadow in his hand, and it was even more heroic and intimidating, as if the god of war had descended. When the war blade appeared, the surrounding creatures could feel the spirit weapons in their body trembling, and they wanted to worship it. Dragon Saint weapon, true Dragon Saint slaying blade. When such a war blade appeared, the few elders of the farmer clan Mo family, as well as a few hidden gazes in the crowd, were instantly shocked, and they sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions changed drastically. Why would I need to use my true body to kill you? Today I will kill you. Long Yi's jade-like face was filled with coldness, and he pointed his blade at Du Xiaofu. Boom! The moment Long Yi pointed his blade, the atmosphere in the sky suddenly became tense, and the dragon's shadow on the blade roared, and a terrifying aura and killing intent swept through the sky. Ayo! The war blade swept out, and a blade light broke through the sky, and in the midst of the dragon's roar, the war blade seemed to have come alive, and in the sky, the blade light cut a crack in the space, and in the midst of the heartbeat and soul trembling, it directly cut in front of Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2003. Translator. H2-H2 Mr. This blade gleam was like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, piercing through the void. The might of this blade was unbearable for all living things in the surroundings. No, Long Yi deliberately let the people of the desolate country go. He retreated in order to advance, luring Du Xiaofu over. In the farmhouse, the aged face of the elder who had fought against Long Yi changed. Long Yi possessed the treasure of the Dragon Clan, true Dragon Saint slaying blade. If he had used such a blade at that time, then even if he and that elder of Mo clan joined hands, it would have been difficult to resist. That's not right. With Long Yi's personality and the 5 dragon guards, even if he was luring the Demon King over, he wouldn't have let Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others off so easily. The village elder had a suspicious look on his face as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he muttered softly, "Could it be that Long Yi is afraid of that mysterious guy?" In an instant, the blade gleam cut through the air and the roar of a dragon resounded. It brought with it a terrifying energy storm and a pitch-black spatial crack. There was also lightning shuttling back and forth, making one's hair stand on end. The power of this saber caused countless faces to be dumbfounded. The power of this saber was actually so strong that it was terrifying. What powerful strength, what a powerful saint weapon! Someone exclaimed. The might of this blade was condensed from Long Yi's own strength and that saint weapon. Rumble, wherever the blade gleam passed, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Huge cracks continuously spread out on the ground. With such a blade gleam sweeping over, Du Xiaofu's gaze finally wavered. Golden light surged in his eyes, and from the center of his palm, a dazzling beam of light instantly shot out like a divine ray. Boom! The dazzling light wrapped around a terrifying energy vortex, causing the space to tremble. The mysterious runes on the talisman shone brightly, crazily absorbing all the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Wung, wind and thunder resounded, and under the trembling gazes of the crowd, the mountain range below swayed in an instant. Large swaths of mountain peaks and cliffs directly cracked open like a spider web, and then with a loud bang, the mountain peak collapsed into pieces. As the purple-gold light bloomed, a purple-gold broadsword with the bones of a tiger and the body of a dragon revealed the secret patterns of the azure dragon and the black tortoise. It was as if the azure dragon soared into the sky and the black tortoise was entrenched. The 2 sides of the sword were like phoenixes facing the sun, crossing the 9 heavens. The hilt of the sword was like a tiger, ferociously roaring, as if it was about to pounce. Awu, Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. The cries of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and the cries of turtles, filled the sky with dazzling mysterious runes. Suddenly, an azure dragon shadow soared into the sky, a white tiger shadow crouched down, a phoenix shadow flapped its wings, and a black tortoise shadow appeared, as if it wanted to suppress the world. The four beasts soared into the sky and coiled around the dragon's shadow in an instant. "It's that divine weapon!" When such a broadsword appeared in the void, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and many others were shocked. They had seen the power of this divine weapon before, but at this moment, they felt that the power of this divine weapon was many times stronger than before. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had summoned the purple-gold heavenly tower that had been suppressed for a long time, allowing it to come out into the world. The purple-gold heavenly tower originally felt that the 5 dragons soared inside Du Xiaofu's body could no longer endure. If it wasn't for Du Xiaofu forcefully suppressing it, it would have rushed out of the tower. At this moment, the purple-gold heavenly tower was released by Du Xiaofu, and it had already sensed the aura of the true dragon's sacred slaying saber. It was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins or a falcon that had seen a rabbit. It immediately pounced towards the true dragon's sacred slaying saber. At this moment, such a peerless divine weapon was like a peerless demon that had awakened. It made people feel as if their souls would wither and be destroyed just by looking at it. Awu, the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles, immediately suppressed the dragon's shadow saber light. Such a divine weapon made Long Yi's eyes fluctuate violently for the first time. He could feel that his true dragon's sacred slaying saber seemed to be trembling a little. However, this was the true dragon's sacred slaying saber, one of the most precious treasures of the dragons. It was the killing weapon that the dragons had given him when he entered the heavenly devil battlefield this time. Long Yi didn't think that his true dragon's sacred slaying saber was inferior to the strange sword of the former. He condensed a sword art and the true dragon's sacred slaying saber in his hand also flew out. Awu, the true dragon's sacred slaying saber seemed to have turned into a resplendent dragon. The dragon roared in the 9 heavens as it pounced towards the purple-gold heavenly tower. Saint weapons had weapon spirits that were the same as the primordial spirit of their owners. At this moment, the true dragon's sacred slaying saber pounced out like a living creature. Its power erupted as if it could shatter the heavens and the earth. The purple-gold heavenly tower was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. 4 phantoms soared into the sky and directly suppressed the true dragon's sacred slaying saber. Such a battle left all the living beings in the surroundings dumbstruck. Long Yi and Du Xiaofu hadn't made a move yet, but the 2 weapons in their hands were already so terrifying. Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to the confrontation between the purple-gold heavenly tower and the true dragon's sacred slaying saber. His gaze was fixed on Long Yi. Boom! As the purple-gold heavenly tower pounced out, the back of Du Xiaofu trembled as the golden rock wings extended out from his back. The golden rock wings emitted a golden light as if the sun was shining in the sky. The supreme beast's aura wasn't inferior to Long Yi's. Qi La, with a flap of his wings, Du Xiaofu's figure seemed to have turned into lightning. In the confrontation between the true dragon's sacred slaying saber and the purple-gold heavenly tower, he appeared in the sky with a series of afterimages. Amidst the dazzling scene, he suddenly pounced in front of Long Yi. Looking at Du Xiaofu's figure approaching, Long Yi's burning eyes trembled. He faintly felt a dangerous aura, but this didn't affect his confidence. In fact, it couldn't affect his confidence. Ao! A dazzling golden light burst out from Long Yi's body. His battle armor glowed, and the dragon horn on his shoulder seemed to have come alive. It wanted to drill out of the dragon's shadow. As the void trembled, Long Yi clenched his fist and punched at Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. It was simple and had an origin, direct and violent. Long Yi wanted to get rid of Du Xiaofu directly. He didn't want to drag things out. He wanted to kill Long E in the shortest amount of time and in the most efficient way. Only then would he be able to match his status as the crown prince of the dragons. Ao 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 ao. Long Yi's punch caused the void to tremble. That golden energy ripple seemed as if it came from the end of the earth, and mixed with the roars of numerous dragons, it was a spectacular sight. It shook the entire world and caused it to rumble. Dragon shadows filled the sky. Numerous dragons rushed into the sky. It was as if they could shake the stars down from the sky. The scene was shocking. Tyrannical Dragon Fist, the ultimate move of the true dragons. It is rumored that ancient true dragon experts could shatter stars with a single punch. Old Lady Mo's eyes trembled. Such a punch was very terrifying. Tyrannical Dragon Fist was extremely terrifying. That huge energy wave was like a stampede of beasts. It rumbled as if it had the power to destroy the world. It wanted to smash down the stars in the sky. Cyan Spirit Armor. Tyrannical Fists. Du Xiaofu continued to charge forward. The golden wings on his back shone brightly, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged great rocks. The moment his figure pounced, layers of golden light flashed, and feather-like armor covered his body. An incomparably domineering aura suddenly swept out from his body. He raised his arm and punched, directly meeting the attack. Boom! Chapter 2004. Ao, the fist, accompanied by the long trumpeting of a divine elephant, instantly collided with the former. Boom! The entire void suddenly rumbled. At the place where the two fists collided, the surrounding void suddenly fell into the curtain of night, revealing a pitch-black vacuum that swallowed all light. Its might was unparalleled, suppressing the vast sky. Prng prng prng. After that, the surrounding space completely exploded, shattering inch by inch. The explosion was like thunder, lightning flashed, and runes surged. The ground below cracked without end, and the cracks on the ground that were as thick as an arm spread out like a spiderweb. Goo goo, everyone swallowed their saliva, their hair standing on end. Chi la. Almost at the same time, under the gaze of many trembling with fear, Long Yi's figure was directly knocked down from midair like a meteor. With a rumbling sound, he smashed into the rocks beside the abyss. Huge rocks rolled down, and large cracks climbed up the cliff. The entire earth seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake, shaking unceasingly. In the void, an armored figure floated in midair. Above the armor, golden light rippled. The feather-like armor was like the golden feathers of a golden-winged rock, growing layer upon layer. It was divine and magnificent. The golden wings of the rock behind his back shone with boundless golden light, and the faint cry of the golden-winged rock could be heard. It pierced through the clouds and split rocks, and an incomparably domineering aura swept through the void. Long E was actually defeated in one move. Everyone's eyes trembled and all of them were stunned. Even if there were people who knew that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had always been valiant and savage, they would never have thought that the Demon King Du Xiaofu would be able to defeat Long E in one move. Something's not right. Demon King Du Xiaofu's hand has blood. Could it be that he was injured? Someone was astonished. From afar, they saw that the right fist of the Demon King Du Xiaofu that had just attacked was stained with blood. Boom! In the blink of an eye, from within that tumbling boulder, crushed stones flew everywhere and rocks exploded. Then, a golden figure soared into the sky. It was Long E who had just smashed down. Merely, at this moment, Long Yi's complexion was extremely pale, and his hair was disheveled. He no longer had his previous extraordinary heroic appearance, and instead, he cut a sorry figure. Dark red dragon blood was overflowing from his fist. That's Dragon One's blood. Demon King Du Xiaofu made Dragon One bleed with a single punch. Some people secretly cried out in alarm. The blood on the hands of Demon King Du Xiaofu came from Long E. When their fists collided, Long E was bleeding. Long E could be said to be the number one person below the Saint Plane. As a descendant of the true dragon bloodline, His talent was needless to say. Dragons were the supreme beast race. Even the defensive power of a dragon's body was absolutely terrifying. Even cultivators of the same level would be helpless in the face of such defensive power. Demon King Du Xiaofu's fists collided, and Long Yi was bleeding. What kind of strength was this? Naturally, everyone didn't know that when Du Xiaofu was in the space of the divine domain, he had broken through and faced the strongest strength of the same level. He had succeeded in fighting against 9 opponents at the same level and had finally achieved boundless nirvana. After stepping into boundless nirvana, Du Xiaofu would be able to fight against more than 10 opponents of the same level. In addition, the recent benefits obtained in the Heavenly Devil battlefield had strengthened the strength of Du Xiaofu's Spirit Watchtower and Primordial Spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm. With such cultivation strength, Du Xiaofu was enough to be invincible below the Saint Plane. Although Long Yi had a dragon's body with abnormal defensive power, ordinary cultivators would naturally be trampled if they wanted to fight against him. However, in terms of physical body, Du Xiaofu was even more abnormal. The golden rock body refining technique of the true rock realm, coupled with the immortal Xian body, and the cyan spirit armor with explosive defensive power, Long Yi could only be trampled by Du Xiaofu at this moment. At this moment, the person who was most shocked was definitely Long Yi. As the bloodline of the true dragon and the body of a dragon, especially after walking out of the divine dragon tomb, he had obtained great benefits. Long Yi had thought that he was invincible below the Saint Plane, except for the black-robed man who had followed Du Yunlong and the other disciples of the barren country. Along the way, he had indeed not encountered any opponents below the Saint Plane. He also thought that he was invincible below the Saint Plane. But now, feeling the pain of the cracks on his fist, Long Yi realized that the deaths of Long Air and the others were definitely not due to carelessness. The human in front of him was abnormal. He was a strong opponent. A Wu in the void not far away, the vacuum was chaotic. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles pierced the clouds and cracked the stone. The 4 beast phantoms of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise suppressed the giant dragon. Although the giant dragon roared ferociously and the dragon's might erupted, as if a true dragon had awakened, it could not break free under the suppression of the 4 beast phantoms. This did not take long. At the same time, a dazzling light erupted from the purple-gold heavenly palace like a suppressed volcano. Astonishing and dazzling runes soared into the sky, causing gusts of wind and thunder, mixed with the cries of ghosts and gods, as if there were gods and demons roaring. Rumble! Rumble! From the purple-gold heavenly palace, a terrifying evil aura swept out at the same time, causing the void to collapse and the surrounding space to explode. In the next moment, the purple-gold heavenly palace bloomed with purple-gold light. The god of weapons was peerless in the sky and directly swallowed the true dragon Saint Slayer blade. Humph! For some unknown reason, a muffled groan came from Long Yi's throat. He raised his head and looked at the true dragon Saint slaying blade. His gaze froze, and his complexion became even paler. He felt as if the energy of his true dragon Saint slaying blade was being devoured by that strange broadsword. The weapon spirit within the true dragon Saint slaying blade was terrified. What's going on? Long Yi was secretly shocked. The strange broadsword of the former had a terrifying evil aura that made the weapon spirit of the true dragon Saint Slayer blade tremble in fear. There was also an extremely strange devouring power that was pervasive and was devouring the energy of the true dragon Saint Slayer blade. It even wanted to devour the weapon spirit of the true dragon Saint Slayer blade. This was too shocking. This was the first time he had encountered such an inconceivable thing. The strength of the evil aura and devouring power shocked Long Yi. Use your true body, or you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu stood in the air and golden light shone brightly. The golden rock wings on his back and the cyan spirit armor on his body resonated with each other. He was like a humanoid rock, incomparably domineering and looking down disdainfully on the world. Long Yi's eyes surged. Everything was beyond his expectations. If he didn't use his strongest strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to end the battle today. He wouldn't be able to kill the human in front of him. Then, as you wish. These words came out from Long Yi's mouth, and golden light erupted from his body. It was as if a volcano was erupting. Along with rumbling sounds, mysterious runes and dragons might filled the sky, and half of the sky was covered. A huge golden dragon stretched across the void. Chapter 2005. Rumble. When such a huge dragon appeared in the sky, its aura at the pinnacle of Nirvana realm caused the sky to rumble and tremble. There was a mysterious mist spreading in all directions of the void, bringing with it a great dragon's might. Under such a dragon's might, both beasts and humans felt their hairs stand on end. Even their souls were trembling. Those with lower strength were already trembling violently, vomiting blood, and their faces were deathly pale. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened when he saw such a huge dragon in the sky. Other than little Xingxing, he had never seen a dragon body with such a strong dragon's might. Kill! Dragon 1 roared and his dragon scales glowed. At this moment, it was as if a true dragon had been born, releasing the most dazzling light and pressure. It shattered the space and pounced directly at Du Xiaofu. Roar! The huge dragon covered the sky, its claws creating clouds. Its dragon horns glowed and rumbled as it moved. The light was like a divine chain forming a line, bringing with it a vast and turbulent dragon's might. It instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. I'll kill you today. Facing that huge dragon soaring across the sky and rumbling dragon's might, Du Xiaofu's tyrannical and fierce aura didn't diminish in the slightest. With a shake of his arm, the surrounding void suddenly distorted and became chaotic, imprisoning Du Xiaofu's huge dragon body. In an instant, a strange pattern appeared in the void and enveloped Dragon 1. This was a void 8 trigrams diagram. Rumble, the sky trembled and the ears rumbled. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the void 8 trigrams diagram swept out like a divine ring, suffusing with brilliant light. In an instant, mountains and lakes were formed. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning alternated. The sun, moon, and stars changed. Mountains and rivers moved. All kinds of strange phenomena descended from the sky. At this moment, all the living beings in the world trembled. All the living beings looked at that kind of void 8 trigrams diagram. That vast pressure was silent, but it revealed a kind of power of heaven and earth, making all living beings want to prostrate themselves in worship. Roar! Dragon 1 roared, and his body was suddenly blocked. His deep dragon eyes changed greatly. Under that strange power, it was difficult for him to break free from the void enveloped by the 8 trigrams. A vast power was able to suppress him directly. Rumble! In an instant, the heavens rumbled. Dragon Yi's huge body crossed the void, half of it submerged in the sea of clouds. His pair of dragon eyes were like the sun, and his dragon claws tore through the void. 9 divine rings directly appeared above his body. That was the nirvana power of a great supreme. Ow 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 ow! Dragon roars resounded unceasingly, and 9 divine rings appeared in the sky. Dragon E roared, and the sound waves seemed to be mixed with countless dragon phantoms floating in the sky. His voice was melodious, and it penetrated the void, making the world boil. Break! Long E angrily roared. All kinds of supreme talismans and mysterious runes covered his 9 divine rings. At this moment, the terrifying aura within Long Yi's body was peerlessly terrifying. It could shake one's soul, and it caused the surrounding void to collapse. The void 8 trigrams diagram trembled, as if it wanted to break through and tear it apart. Pu-piu! In the surrounding void, many living beings suddenly spat out blood one after another for some reason, and their bodies went limp. It's a nirvanic grand paragon, coupled with the dragon's dragon soul heavenly roar. It's a physical attack and a primordial spirit attack. Everyone, be careful. Seal off your 7 apertures. Within the great family clans, an old man's expression changed. His voice rang out and light surged, protecting the young disciples who weren't strong enough. Roar, roar, the dragon roar was melodious, and it was filled with supreme dragon's might. The sonic boom was accompanied by the power of the nirvanic grand paragon. This was Long Yi's supreme technique, and it was too terrifying. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. Behind him, a divine ring had unknowingly appeared. This divine ring was exceptionally bright and dazzling. It erupted with brilliant light, like the sun rising from the east. Buzz! Buzz! This divine ring was in the air, and the ancient land was rumbling. Within the divine ring, Du Xiaofu's golden light surged, and it was enveloped and blended with the divine ring. It was as if it was a transcendent being, and it was sacred and inviolable. It gave people a feeling of the beginning of the world and the birth of all living beings. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body wasn't as strong as Long Yi's nirvanic grand paragon's might. This kind of aura was spreading, and it didn't even make much noise. However, this kind of aura made the surrounding living beings start to hesitate, and they had a feeling of wanting to bow down and worship it. Those living beings who were spitting out blood under Long Yi's might suddenly felt the pressure disappear, and they felt indescribably comfortable. Suppress! Du Xiaofu spoke. The golden wings of the great rock behind his back flapped as he soared through the air. His aura gushed forth like a waterfall, gushing up and down, causing the space around him to undulate. As Du Xiaofu walked towards Dragon one step at a time, the 8 trigrams diagram in the sky rippled, and all kinds of phenomena on the 8 trigrams diagram fused with the divine ring. It was as if a new world was being born, and it suppressed Dragon one's huge body once again. Chi la la, at this moment, for some unknown reason, the 9 divine rings behind Long Yi started to dim. They looked like dried oil lamps that were on the verge of being extinguished. What kind of nirvana is this? The pupils of Long Yi shrunk. At this moment, he was able to sense the terrifying pressure emanating from that divine ring. It was as if he was facing a spirit god sovereign. His grand sovereign nirvana wanted to prostrate himself in worship. His dragon soul heavenly roar primordial spirit attack was powerful enough to destroy the primordial spirits of all living beings. However, in front of Du Xiaofu, it seemed to be completely useless. Awu, not far away in the void, dragons and tigers leaped, birds and turtles chirped. The 4 beasts above the purple gold heavenly tower suppressed the huge dragon. The purple gold heavenly tower emitted a murderous aura as it devoured the true dragon's sacred slaying blade. Awu, within the true dragon's sacred slaying blade, a dragon roared once again. A dazzling, crystalline dragon roared out, looking ferocious in the sky. This was the weapon spirit within the true dragon's sacred slaying blade. Wung wung, the purple gold heavenly tower cheered, as if it had seen its prey. However, in the next moment, a monstrous light surged out from within the purple gold heavenly tower. It turned into shadows of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Then, it condensed into a dazzling thunderbolt. It was so close that the crystalline dragon was directly crushed into pieces by the unstoppable thunderbolt. Then, the purple gold heavenly tower shone brightly as if it had condensed into a huge mouth in the void. It swallowed the shattered dragon's shadow. Oh no, Dragon One's pupils suddenly shrunk, but there was nothing he could do. He instantly spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The weapon spirit within his true dragon's sacred slaying blade had been killed and devoured. He was severely injured. Wung wung, wung wung wung. As Dragon One's weapon spirit was devoured, the purple gold heavenly tower let out a cheerful vibrating sound, accompanied by the endless cries of ghosts and gods. The true dragon's sacred slaying blade is destroyed. Gugu, looking at the scene in the sky, The elders of the Gnome family and the Mo family were dumbfounded. They gasped and were unable to recover for a long time. Bastard, no matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you today. Dragon 1 roared. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling golden light surged out from within the dragon claw. It was wrapped in rays of auspicious light. Looking closely, everyone saw that it was only a drop of blood, but it burst out with a terrifying pressure. Dragon 1 then opened his mouth and swallowed this drop of blood. Boom! As this drop of blood was swallowed, the light around Dragon 1's body surged into the sky. His aura shook the universe. Suddenly, a monstrous golden light burst out from his body, blasting the void around him. Unparalleled surging dragon power swept out. In just an instant, the power on Dragon 1's body violently skyrocketed. It was as if it was infinitely close to the saint realm. It even carried a kind of saintly might. Oh no, that must be the true dragon blood essence. Dragon 1 brought a drop of true dragon blood essence with him. Rumor has it that in the tomb of the divine dragon, there are 3 drops of true dragon blood essence left behind by the ancient true dragon at the cost of his own cultivation in order to let the dragons stand tall. It is said that the true dragon blood essence contains sacred will. Beasts such as serpents and flood dragons can directly transform into dragons if they obtain it. If the descendants of dragons obtain it and use it when breaking through the saint realm, they can directly step into the saint realm. In order to deal with the demon king Du Xiaofu, Dragon 1 even used the true dragon blood essence. It is almost as if he is breaking through to the saint realm as the price. The elders of the Gnome family and the Mo family exclaimed, their faces full of shock. At this moment, Dragon 1 had indeed used the true dragon blood essence. He had obtained a drop of true dragon blood essence from the tomb of the divine dragon. He had originally planned to use it when breaking through to the saint realm to obtain the greatest effect and become a saint in one fell swoop. But now, Dragon 1 had no choice but to use the true dragon blood essence. He had to pay any price to kill Du Xiaofu today. Roar! Dragon 1's power skyrocketed. Accompanied by his saint aura, the 9 divine rings that were about to be annihilated a moment ago became bright and dazzling again at this moment. It even set off monstrous waves in the void 8 trigrams diagram. Waves of dragon aura were like true dragons that had crossed the ancient time and space to descend, quickly sweeping towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying pressure made the void 8 trigrams diagram almost crack. It even impacted one of the divine rings behind Du Xiaofu. It was terrifyingly powerful, not much weaker than a half-saint. Such power made Du Xiaofu's eyes ripple. At this moment, the power on Dragon 1's body was not much weaker than a half-saint. Boom! However, Du Xiaofu did not have any intention of retreating. His eyes shot out purple-golden lightning, like 2 purple-golden suns shining. The domineering and terrifying aura made the space rumble. In the next moment, dazzling purple-golden lightning arcs surged out from Du Xiaofu's golden body. A supreme aura filled the air, suppressing the heaven and earth. At this moment, dazzling purple-golden lightning arcs swept across the sky. The purple-golden talisman runes flickered and swept across the sky. It was impossible to provoke, and it also swept across the sky with a murderous aura. Gee! The purple-golden lightning arcs shot out in all directions in the void 8 trigrams diagram. It was as if the sun had risen in the void 8 trigrams diagram. Countless purple-golden lightning arcs poured down, emitting a blazing radiance. A huge purple-golden thunder rock phantom spread its wings and soared into the sky. The purple-golden thunder rock phantom enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. It merged with the boundless nirvana divine ring and the void 8 trigrams diagram, and it was about to soar into the sky. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. It was like the cry of a rock, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. It stirred up monstrous lightning that rose and fell like a vast ocean. It seemed as if it wanted to stir up the sky and the earth. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was enveloped in the purple-golden thunder rock, and it was as if he had transformed into a real golden-winged rock. Du Xiaofu directly crossed the void and suppressed Dragon One. The phantom behind him spread out its huge wings, and purple-golden lightning arcs sparkled all over its body. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. Chapter 2006. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams void diagram, the boundless power of nirvana, the lightning martial vein, and the supreme beast energy of the golden rock merged into one. Such a huge power turned the universe upside down, and the void rumbled as it bound Dragon One. The enormous purple-gold thunder rock soared through the sky with endless lightning and boundless nirvanic brilliance. With a vast and inviolable might, it directly suppressed the dragon's body. The 9 divine rings above Dragon One's head dimmed as they roared and surged. But no matter how much Dragon One used his full strength, he couldn't break free from the suppression of the purple-gold thunder rock. The vast power could directly bind and suppress him to the point where he couldn't resist. Bang, 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 even someone as powerful as Dragon One had his dragon scales shattered under this terrifying power. He spat out blood from his ferocious mouth, and his body was bleeding profusely. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu's figure walked out from the purple-gold thunder rock and stepped onto the suppressed Dragon One's huge back. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be standing at the peak of the same realm, looking down on all opponents of the same realm. He was unparalleled and looked down on everyone. "I've said that I'll kill you today." Du Xiaofu stood on Dragon One's huge back and said such a domineering sentence. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the purple-gold heavenly tower in the void beside him rapidly turned into a purple lightning bolt and rushed into his hand. Buzz! When Du Xiaofu's last word fell, the purple-gold heavenly tower was already in his hand. He swung the sword down, and a bright sword light directly slashed out. This sword was simple and direct, but it was supported by a powerful force. The sword light flashed through the void, and blood immediately splashed out from Dragon One's neck. The dragon's scales were directly shattered, and a crack appeared on his huge neck. The sword light flashed and disappeared, and with a purple-gold arc, it was invincible as it sank into Dragon One's neck. Immediately, Dragon One's head was separated from its body. It had a blank look on its face, and its huge dragon pupils shrank in shock. The fear of death surged out from its dragon soul for the first time, and it grew like wild grass. Dragon blood was dripping down, floating in the air, condensing and not dissipating. It was gorgeous and dazzling, but also mournful and terrifying. This scene caused everyone who saw it to be shocked to the point of being horrified to the extreme. The sword fell, and Dragon One's head was separated from his body. This scene was deeply imprinted in the dragon souls of all living beings. Bang, bang, bang! The huge dragon body fell onto the cliff, causing the ground to shake. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was holding a dragon horn in each hand as he hovered in the air. At the same time, in Du Xiaofu's palm, there was a drop of blood that shone with resplendent light and was suffused with mist and auspicious light. It emitted a terrifying dragon's might, as if an enormous dragon was about to break free. This was the true dragon's blood essence that Dragon One had just consumed, and it had not been completely refined. Dragon One only wanted to use the power of this true dragon's blood essence to help improve himself, and he wanted to use it to kill Du Xiaofu. This true dragon's blood essence was then unceremoniously suppressed and sealed by Du Xiaofu. After doing all this, Du Xiaofu stepped onto the dragon's head and looked at the distant void. From afar, it looked like he was standing on a huge dragon head mountain suspended in the void. If it were not for the dragon's blood still spilling from his neck, it would be hard to believe that it was Dragon One's head. As powerful as Dragon One was, he was definitely an invincible existence under the Saint Realm, but at this moment, his head was really cut off by Du Xiaofu. Such a supreme existence like Dragon One, who had exhausted the dragon's greatest resources and endless effort, died just like that. In the surrounding void, all living beings raised their heads to look at the golden-armored man with the golden wings spread, and they were shocked and excited. That was a dragon slayer. Dragon 1 was unwilling, and his dragon pupils shrank and trembled, but in the end, he powerlessly closed his eyes. Dragon 1 is dead. The old man in the farmer's house, the beautiful woman leading the Mo family, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others were all trembling. The 9 sons of the dragons have all died in the barren country. The luck of the dragons has come to an end, and the rise of the barren country is unstoppable. The old man in the farmer's house sighed as he looked at the dragon-slaying demon king. He was so shocked that he could not recover from his shock. Boom! 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 Suddenly, in the distant void, there was a surge of aura that rushed to the sky, and there was lightning and thunder. The Rock Emperor is invincible, greetings to the Rock Emperor. Such a voice came from the distant void, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. In the surging aura, dozens of figures broke through the void and landed in front of the huge ferocious dragon's head. They respectfully knelt in the air on one knee and saluted. They were the Mia Meng King, the Thunder Hawk King, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Stone Turtle King, and the other experts of the barren country. When they saw the dragon slaying from afar, they could no longer hold back the boiling blood in their bodies. They no longer hid and rushed to the sky. Behind the Mia Meng King and the others, there were 3 other figures that were slowly flying over. On the right was a man in a cloud robe. His black hair was shoulder-length, and his body was muscular. His gaze was like a blade, deep and powerful. The figure in the middle was sexy and graceful. She wore a pair of leather shorts that wrapped around her perky buttock. Together with her straight and slender legs, there was a silent seductiveness amidst the heat. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream of water, bright and beautiful like a reflection of the sunset. The third man on the left had a chiseled and handsome face. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised in a rebellious manner. His pair of pitch-black eyes were like 2 black holes. His hair was tied up in a bun, and he wore a light purple robe, which made him look extremely elegant. It's them, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and Jiangchen. When the 3 arrived, people whispered to each other. Du Xiaofu saw the last 3 as well. They were his second brother, Du Yunlong, and his eldest sister, Du Xiaoman. He was also slightly surprised by Jiangchen's appearance. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes widened, and he looked up at the sky. At almost the same time, Jiangchen raised his head slightly, his handsome profile impeccable. His eyes, like 2 black holes, looked in the same direction as Du Xiaofu. Bastard, we dragons definitely won't let you get away with it, you little bastard. The moment Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen looked up, a furious roar filled with venom and monstrous killing intent rang out like a dragon's roar. Off in the distance, space tore apart as a dazzling figure shot toward Du Xiaofu with the speed and brilliance of a meteor. When this figure appeared, the space in this ancient and desolate region suddenly froze. It was as if the world itself was twisting and distorting. Such a strange change immediately caused all the living beings present to feel it. All of them felt their heartbeats quicken, as if a 5,000-kilogram boulder was pressing down on their chests, and it wanted to crush their hearts and shatter their souls. Just this aura alone was enough to cause such a terrifying sensation. This level of strength caused all the experts present to pale with astonishment. Chapter 2007. Dragons, at least a half-saint. The faces of the elders of the Nong family and the Mo family changed. Such a terrifying aura made them secretly aghast. That was the aura of a powerful dragon's, a true half-saint or above. The newcomer shot out from the void like lightning, attracting Du Xiaofu's attention first. His gaze had already sunk. That level of aura could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit. That was a true half-saint or above, definitely not weaker than the Earth Demon envoy from the Devil religion not long ago. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. At the same time, green light shone brightly in the void. The sound of wind breaking was like thunder, and 3 arrows shot out from the side of the void towards the newcomer. Wherever the 3 light arrows passed, a large area of space was directly distorted. Before the arrow tip, the space collapsed, and the light traces that distorted space pierced through space. This was Dongli Qingqing's attack. She had been watching the surroundings closely, and the moment the newcomer appeared, she did not hesitate to summon the Tai-Ching demon-subduing bow. A dazzling green light spread out like the sun. The ancient bow in Dongli Qingqing's hand emitted a terrifying aura, like an ancient god awakening from a deep slumber. A mysterious power burned as the bow was pulled back and released. These 3 arrows were too frightening. They caused the figure of the dragon clan to be obstructed. Immediately, he came to a halt in the void. Monstrous light erupted. Accompanied by a dragon roar, it turned into a strange palm print that distorted the void in front of him and blocked the attack. The 3 arrows shot out and collided with the palm print, carrying a mysterious and vast force that devoured life. Although the last 3 arrows pierced through the palm print, they were powerless to continue and disappeared into the void. Dongli Qingqing's delicate body staggered back a little. Her beautiful face was a little pale, and her dark brows furrowed. Dongli Qingqing had used all her strength to shoot those 3 arrows, but they could not do anything to the newcomer. They could only block it. Boom! Above the void, golden light filled the sky, and purple-gold lightning arcs swept out. Monstrous energy ripples shook the sky. Dominating sword path. At the same time, an indifferent and overbearing shout resounded, and then a strand of violet-gold sword light flashed forward. This sword seemed to be able to split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it. However, wherever the sword radiance passed, the space collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum, accompanied by purple-gold lightning arcs that swept out in all directions. This sword brought with it a domineering aura that made one tremble in fear. Energy pressure spread out from it, causing the space to tremble violently. A terrifying sword intent also swept through the clouds. That overbearing sword aura made people's hair stand on end. This was Du Xiaofu attacking at the same time. The aura of the dragon race was coming, so Du Xiaofu did not hesitate at all and struck first to gain the upper hand. The dragons had no time to dodge at all. They could only wave their hands. As the might of the dragon surged, a palm print condensed and turned into the shadow of a dragon. Qi La, the sword light and the dragon shadow collided, but there wasn't much of a sound of energy. Only the terrifying sword light turned into rune ripples that swept through the surrounding void like a tsunami, and the purple-gold lightning arcs flew away. Deng Deng, the figure of the dragons, was sent flying. The void behind him shattered inch by inch, and the shattered space ripples shot out in all directions like wave. Humph! A muffled snort came from the throat of the person. He seemed to have suffered a loss. In the end, he stomped his foot and the void under his foot cracked. His figure stopped 100 feet away. It was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His bald head was like a piece of jade, but there was a mysterious pattern glowing like a dragon tattoo on his head. The old man's forehead bulged slightly, and his eyes were filled with venom. He stared at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, who had just arrived at Du Xiaofu's side. His face was filled with rage, and it was dark and unsightly. If I'm not wrong, that's the Shang Long Saint of the Dragons. He's much more senior than Long Ting. It's said that one sword has been in seclusion for many years. I didn't expect him to come out. The beautiful woman leading the Mo family looked at the old man with a frown. Is he in the Saint realm? Mo Runin was surprised, and her charming face changed. She said, could it be that Saint realm cultivators can already enter the heavenly devil battlefield? He shouldn't have set foot in the Saint realm, but he's already a half-saint. Maybe he's not too far away from the real saint realm. The beautiful woman was also surprised. The seal outside the heavenly devil battlefield should have been weakened to the point that even half-saints could enter. Maybe the real saint realm could enter at this moment. It seemed that the real dispute in the heavenly devil battlefield had begun. A half-saint expert. I'm afraid that the demon king will be in trouble. Zhou Xiaoluo raised her eyes and felt the aura of the dragon's expert. She was worried about Du Xiaofu. Not necessarily. The demon king didn't suffer a loss just now. The old man leading the Mo family said. At this moment, Shang Long Saint was staring at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing with a gloomy face. The broken dragon soul stones of Dragon Air, Long Ting, and the others in the clan proved that they had been killed. He entered the heavenly devil battlefield with all his strength and got the news that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had massacred the dragons. Long Yi was the last hope of the dragons, and no accident could happen to him. Therefore, Shang Long Saint used the secret method of the dragons to find Long Yi. He wanted to protect the last hope of the dragons, but in the end, he felt Long Yi's dragon soul dissipate. He rushed over and saw Long Yi being killed with his own eyes. He was furious and wanted to kill Du Xiaofu directly. However, Shang Long Saint didn't expect that with his cultivation and strength, he would be stopped by the 3 arrows of the young woman. Then, he was forced back by Du Xiaofu's sword. He even suffered a loss. Secretly observing Du Xiaofu, Shang Long Saint didn't need to guess. He had already recognized Du Xiaofu's identity. That golden-winged Peng sword had proven his identity, and he was also secretly shocked. He was clearly a human, but his aura was like that of a real golden-winged Peng. You are Du Xiaofu, right? Anyone who kills my dragons will be torn to pieces by my dragons. Shang Long Saint stared at Du Xiaofu. His anger drowned out everything, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. If looks could kill, Du Xiaofu would have died 10 times over. Du Xiaofu's expression did not change much when he heard Shang Long Saint's words, which were filled with killing intent. However, he was secretly surprised. Shang Long Saint's strength seemed to be stronger than the Earth Demon envoys. His tyrant sword Wei and lightning mysteries had been directly countered by Shang Long Saint's attack. The dragons have provoked me time and time again. I can't let them trample on me. Looking at Shang Long Saint, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. He felt that Shang Long Saint's aura was not at the level of the true Saint Realm expert who had chased after him. He estimated that Shang Long Saint was at most a half-step saint. Although Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be careless with such a cultivation, he was absolutely not afraid. Chapter 2008. Du Xiaofu was looking forward to it. Back then, he had almost killed the Earth Demon envoy, but unfortunately, the 9 Demon Emperor had interfered. This time, the half-saint dragons had come. If he could kill him, it would be another blow to the dragons. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that there were only a few half-sage experts in the entire dragon race. Killing one of them was enough to shock the entire dragon race, and cause serious damage to their bones. This saint doesn't care about that. Since you dared to touch my dragons, you must pay an absolute price. Only by wiping out your entire clan can I vent my hatred. Today, this place will be your burial ground. The Shang Long Saint stared at Du Xiaofu, unmoved by his words. His expression was sinister and gloomy. Dragons could touch others, but no one could touch dragons in the slightest. He couldn't allow insignificant humans to look down on the dragons. Killing several of the dragon's descendants was already a great humiliation to the entire clan. Not far away, Jiangchen's hair was sticking to his back. His eyes were as deep as black holes. He quietly watched everything in front of him. Shameless old man, you're only a half-saint, yet you dare to call yourself a saint? You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Facing the Shang Long Saint's sinister sneer, Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became unsightly. His lips curled into a sneer. The golden wings on his back glowed with golden light, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged great rocks. Holding the purple-gold celestial tower in his hand, his eyes also filled with killing intent. He slowly raised his head and grinned at the Shanglong Saint. As for wiping out my entire clan, to be honest, you don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of me. With your half-saint cultivation, I'm afraid you wouldn't even dare to step into the gates of the desolate country, let alone the gates of the golden-winged great rocks. Even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare to approach the gates of the golden-winged great rocks. Du Xiaofu's words reverberated in the void. The surrounding creatures were left in a daze. It was clear that he didn't even put semi-sage dragons in his eyes. However, at this moment, no one felt that this demon king Du Xiaofu was being arrogant. Long Yi's head was still floating in the air. His sword strike just now had directly pushed back that half-saint expert. He definitely had the ability to do so. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Shanglong Saint was at a loss for words, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Saint Shanglong had indeed heard news about the dragons. There was a mysterious expert in the barren country, and it was rumored that he was related to the genius Jinlei Tensei. Shanglong was not confident that he could deal with him. As for the golden-winged great rocks, not to mention Shanglong Saint, even the entire dragons wouldn't be able to invade them. Among the group of golden-winged rocks, there was an absolutely terrifying expert, enough to kill him hundreds of times. Rumble, at this moment, in the vast cliff below, rumbling sounds could be heard again. Unceasing cracks began to appear, and in the bottomless abyss, there were fluctuations of energy and fog rolling over. At first, people thought that the trembling was the aftermath of the fierce battle between Du Xiaofu and Long Yi. Could it be that the inheritance of a supreme expert is about to appear? But soon, some experts were surprised to find that the trembling wasn't simple. There were no signs of it weakening, and it was getting stronger. Boom! That terrifying aura was like a monstrous beast awakening in the bottomless abyss, and a volcano was about to erupt. The aura made people's hearts palpitate for no reason. "Old Nine, you're here?" Suddenly, a calm voice rang out from the bottomless chasm. However, when the last word was spoken, the calm voice was like thunder. It resounded through the air, accompanied by a shocking demonic aura that soared into the sky. In the void, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing's expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other, and their expressions were extremely solemn. "This is the place. There's an evil spirit here that wants to escape. It should be the strongest demon emperor's primordial spirit that the divine ancestor mentioned." Dongli Qingqing frowned, and the Taiqing demon subduing bow in her hand shone brightly, dyeing the surroundings with a brilliant radiance. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked into the distance, and with a serious expression, he said softly, "The devil religion is also here." Boom! Before Du Xiaofu's voice fell, demonic aura surged in the void in front of them, and demonic clouds surged. It was as if dark clouds covered the sky, and the world suddenly became dark. Qi La, the demonic clouds covered the sky, and a huge demonic figure appeared in the void. His body was covered in demonic radiance, and his eyes were pitch black and deep, like black holes. The energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings became chaotic, and the souls of all living beings in the surroundings trembled. "It's really him, the Nine-Demon Emperor." Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled violently, and he was no longer unfamiliar with this familiar figure. It was the primordial spirit of the Nine-Demon Emperor, who had escaped from the heavenly Yu Mountain not long ago. At this moment, he had appeared in the myriad spirit burial realm. Rumble! The Nine-Demon Emperor appeared, and the demonic aura around him surged. He immediately attacked, and a huge claw swept out. 5 cracks seemed to have been torn in the void, and he tore at the bottomless abyss, as if he wanted to completely destroy it. He wants to help the other demon emperor's primordial spirit to be born. We can't let him succeed. Dongli Qingqing shouted, and without any hesitation, she activated her supreme power, and a mysterious force surged out of her body. She did not hold back her undying and indestructible cultivation aura at all. The Taiqing demon subduing bow in her hand was drawn, and 3 energy light arrows were shot out in succession. Rumble! Wind and thunder rumbled, and purple electric arcs filled the void. Divine rings appeared in the sky, and it was as if the heavens had descended, and the gods and demons were singing. Swish! Before Dongli Qingqing made her move, Du Xiaofu activated the Thunder Martial Vein on his Azure Spirit Armor and the Boundless Nirvana Power. The purple-gold Heavenly Fault in his hand was activated along with the Thunder Martial Vein and the Boundless Nirvana Power. The tyrannical sword Dao slashed at the demonic claw. Tisk, tsk, tisk! The 3 clashed almost at the same time, and in that instant, the heavens fell and the earth cracked, and the demons howled in grief. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and demonic aura swept across the sky, dispersing the void and breaking the firmament. The 3 energy light arrows were shattered by the demonic aura, and the sword light was annihilated by the demonic aura. However, the demonic claw was also broken, and only a remnant wave of demonic aura was left. It struck the bottomless abyss, and the surrounding huge bone mountains were broken, and the cliffs revealed ravines. Keek in the bottomless abyss, the demonic aura soared into the sky, and as the cliffs shook and cracked, a sinister laughter that made one tremble in fear could be heard. Pfff. Dongli Qingqing spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, and she was forced to retreat. She had exhausted all her strength twice, and her face was extremely pale. Chapter 2009. Thump, thump! Du Xiaofu was also knocked back. The space behind him cracked, and demonic energy filled the air. The light of the cyan spirit armor on his body dimmed significantly. Too strong. As he was knocked back, Du Xiaofu's expression became even more serious. Although the primordial spirit of the 9-demon emperor had been severely injured by the heavenly wood divine tree, the strength he displayed now was not much weaker than when he was in the heavenly Yu Mountain. And this was not his true strength. Once the primordial spirit of the 9-demon emperor and his body merged into one, it would be the most terrifying time. Suddenly, before he could stabilize himself, Du Xiaofu's mind trembled. The purple lightning profound cauldron in the God Watchtower was attracted by an invisible force and began to rumble. It's not just the 9-demon emperor, there's also Moksha. This kind of attraction was too familiar. Du Xiaofu immediately looked at the monstrous demonic energy. A 3-legged cauldron surrounded by purple-gold lightning arcs had appeared out of nowhere. A purple thundercloud appeared in the sky, and the terrifying might of thunder instantly filled the sky. Resplendent lightning arcs filled the air, and a heart-palpitating aura suddenly swept out, causing all the living beings present to feel an absolute sense of fear. Behind the 9-demon emperor, a tall figure appeared, carrying the divine lightning cauldron. Wrapped in demonic energy, it was as if a demon lord had descended. It was Moksha, divine lightning cauldron. Looking at the 3-legged lightning cauldron, the eyes of all the living beings present immediately froze. Many of them had seen such a divine lightning cauldron with their own eyes. Boom! Following the appearance of the purple lightning profound cauldron, one of the purple lightning profound cauldrons in Du Xiaofu's God Watchtower suddenly buzzed, wanting to break out of his body. Little bastard, die! Abruptly, a cold voice filled with boundless killing intent rang out. Saint Shanglong suddenly acted. He didn't care about the arrival of the devil religion. Seeing Du Xiaofu being forced back, this was his best opportunity. To Shanglong Saint, killing Du Xiaofu was far more important than the arrival of the devil religion. The sudden arrival of this devil religion expert was simply a blessing from the heavens. Boom! Without any hesitation, Shanglong's half-saint chi burst out. His whole body glowed with dazzling light as if he was burning with divine fire. He moved like lightning and punched at Du Xiaofu. Roar! This punch contained the full power of Saint Shang Long wherever his body passed. A dragon roar shook the sky. The space before his fist cracked, and it contained endless pressure as it smashed toward Du Xiaofu. Shang Long Saint used his full strength and didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu in one strike. Shang Long Saint did not underestimate Du Xiaofu. Not to mention that he had seen it with his own eyes. Just the fact that Du Xiaofu could kill Long Yi was enough to make him not dare to be careless. Such a terrifying human, who had only cultivated for a few years, was already so terrifying. He definitely couldn't be allowed to continue growing. Such a human's growth speed was too terrifying. If he continued to grow, he would become a real threat to the dragons. There would be no end to the troubles in the future. The huge power of this punch caused everyone to be shocked by the appearance of the divine lightning cauldron. They also sucked in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu. Shang Long Saint is shameless. He actually launched a sneak attack. People from the Nong family and Mo family secretly cursed. With Shang Long Saint's age and cultivation, he was indeed shameless to launch a sneak attack at this moment. This is going to be troublesome. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others all paled when Shang Long Saint, who had a grudge with Du Xiaofu, suddenly launched a sneak attack against an expert from the Devil religion. Rock Emperor, be careful! Miameng King, Thunderhawk King, Stone Turtle King, and the others all paled. However, Miameng King and the others did not intervene. They knew that in such a battle between experts, they did not even have the strength to be affected, let alone intervene. They would only be a burden if they went up. Everyone's expression changed. They were worried for Du Xiaofu. With the arrival of the 9 demon emperors from the Devil religion, compared to Shang Long Saint, Du Xiaofu was more worried about the Devil religion. Although he was blocking the 9 demon emperors, Du Xiaofu's attention did not shift away from Shang Long Saint. As I said, you are only a half-step saint. You are not qualified. Looking at Shang Long Saint, who was throwing a punch at him, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shook his arm, and from the center of his palm, a dazzling purple-gold electric arc shot out. Buzz, the electric arc filled the air. In just an instant, the purple-gold electric arc turned into a 3-legged lightning cauldron. The 9 demon emperors and Moksha had arrived, wanting to help the demon escape. Du Xiaofu did not want to waste any more time and summoned the purple lightning profound cauldron, which wanted to escape from the divine watchtower. Boom! When the purple lightning profound cauldron appeared, purple thunderclouds surged endlessly. The thunderclouds rolled in the vast sky, and the entire sky changed color. The purple thunderclouds were so dense that a large area of the void froze, blocking Shang Long Saint's figure. Divine Lightning Cauldron. With his figure blocked, Shang Long Saint's expression changed greatly. The surrounding void was filled with lightning, and the thunderclouds covered the sky. The entire sky seemed to have turned dark in an instant. A monstrous aura of destruction spread out from the purple thunderclouds, causing Shang Long Saint's dragon soul to tremble for no reason. Within the purple thunderclouds, purple lightning spread out, and the surrounding space cracked inch by inch along with the sizzling sound of electricity. Not good! The terrifying destructive might of the lightning caused Shang Long Saint's expression to change. A chill spread out from the bottom of his heart, and he felt that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. The divine lightning cauldron spun, and the purple thunderclouds surged. The killing intent in Du Xiaofu's eyes became even more intense. From the purple thunderclouds, arcs of lightning gathered to form purple thunderbolts that suddenly burst out. With a dazzling purple light, they poured down and densely surrounded Shang Long Saint. The purple thunderbolts, accompanied by an unparalleled destructive force, fell from the sky and struck down. Rumble, at the same time, Moksha controlled the other purple lightning cauldron. The resplendent thunderbolts that filled the sky also fell into the bottomless abyss. Wherever the thunderbolts passed, the space shattered inch by inch. In an instant, the two divine lightning cauldrons appeared. The destructive power of the thunderbolts made one's hair stand on end. Rumble, the earth-shattering purple thunderbolts fell, and the entire world was filled with sharp sonic booms. Roar! From between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows, a resplendent silver-gold arc of lightning shot out, transforming into a huge golden ape. Its sparkling and translucent body was wrapped in multicolored light and lightning. As the lightning and thunder roared around its body, its aura was like the beginning of the world, able to sweep through all directions and suppress everything as it pounced towards Mo Sha. Du Xiaofu activated his meridian soul red pheasant monkey's body and used all his strength to block Moksha's evil demon primordial spirit. Chapter 2010. Spiritual Lightning. The 9 demon emperors' gaze locked onto Du Xiaofu's crimson demonic monkey form. When he sensed the aura of multiple bolts of spiritual lightning, his enormous eyes surged with demonic energy. His eyes blazed with desire as he sent a claw forward to block the attack. The demonic claw tore through the air, sending demonic light into the heavens. It was as if numerous demonic stars were spinning within it. Crackle! Suddenly, a boundless, fiendish aura of darkness swirled through the air. Boundless, it surged forward like a tidal wave, strangely colliding with the demonic claw. Surprisingly, it was able to block the 9 demon emperors' roiling demonic energy. Noiselessly, an elegant man in long, lavender robes appeared. His long, flowing hair flowed down his back like flowing water. He was so handsome that all the women present couldn't help but stare at him. "It's Jiangchen!" Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong were flabbergasted. They hadn't sensed how Jiangchen had disappeared. Jiangchen's defense had caused Du Xiaofu's crimson demonic monkey form to pause for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he pounced on Moksha. "You can't stop me with just this." Moksha's eyes widened. He formed a hand seal, and dazzling, golden-purple lightning swept out from the divine lightning cauldron, blocking Du Xiaofu's crimson demonic monkey form. At the same time, it continued to bombard the bottomless abyss with golden-purple lightning. Golden-purple lightning was enough to annihilate all living things, but Du Xiaofu's crimson demonic monkey form was an exception. Du Xiaofu's bloodline spirit was formed from the mysterious blood essence of Du Xiaoyao's true body. His nascent soul had also been refined by golden-purple lightning, so it didn't fear golden-purple lightning at all. Dazzling arcs of lightning surged. Du Xiaofu's crimson demonic monkey form charged into the golden-purple lightning to block the divine lightning cauldron with all its might. Huh! At the same time, within the vast demonic aura, the 9 demon emperors' eyes rippled with astonishment as he stared intently at Jiangchen. The purple-robed man's aura was far too complex, and even he found it difficult to see through him. A wisp of primordial spirit. It's at the Saint Realm, and it doesn't seem to have recovered yet. Jiangchen also stared at the 9th demon emperor. His deep, dark eyes flashed with surprise, then surprise. His gaze rippled as if he were contemplating something. "Those who block me shall die." His demonic chi surged, and a dazzling demonic light swept towards Jiangchen. "You can't kill me," Jiangchen said. His voice was calm, but it was filled with arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an endless amount of black murderous aura swirled around him. Immediately, it collided with the 9 demon emperors. "Kill!" The 9th demon emperor roared. Demonic energy covered the sky, causing the void to shatter. It was as if numerous demonic stars were falling from the sky as they shot towards Jiangchen. "Not enough," Jiangchen growled. His hair stood on end, and his handsome face suddenly looked somewhat sinister. Black murderous aura transformed into a giant fist, terrifying to the extreme. It smashed apart the demonic stars one by one. "Arrogant brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The ninth demon emperor's cold voice rang out. Demonic energy, accompanied by saintly might, solidified the void and transformed into a demonic void sword. It slashed towards Jiangchen, shattering the void. Roar! A thunderous roar came from Jiangchen's mouth. His body glowed with light, and in an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter-long beast. Golden fur covered his entire body, and his eyes were as red as cinnabar. His entire body was covered in scales, and his claws were like curved hooks. His teeth were like sharp blades, and his cold light was terrifying. The stench of blood filled the air. Rip! The beast waved its claws, tearing the void apart. Black murderous aura filled the sky, and terrifying red smoke burned the void. It directly shattered the demonic void sword. This kind of confrontation was shocking. Golden Hair Howl. When such a vicious beast appeared in the sky, everyone was shocked. Some of the elders couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Jiangchen has the body of a zombie. Mo Ruzhen was astonished. He was such a handsome man, the most beautiful man in the world. She didn't expect him to be such a ferocious and terrifying zombie. He's no ordinary zombie, he's already a golden hair howl. The beautiful woman next to Mo Ruzhen couldn't help but look astonished. She said, "Zombies are divided into flesh zombies, waking zombies, walking zombies, purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, and flying zombies. Jiangchen has already become a golden hair howl. Rumor has it that a golden hair howl can kill dragons and swallow clouds. Everywhere it goes, it's 1,000 li of land turned red. It really lives up to its reputation." Golden hair howl. Mo Ruzhen's eyes trembled. She had heard of the legends of the golden hair howl, but to the Mo clan, one of the 9 great clans, the golden hair howl was nothing more than a legend. She hadn't thought that a golden hair howl would appear in front of her. Its terrifying strength made her tremble inwardly. I understand now. When Dragon 1 retreated, it wasn't because he was afraid of the Mo clan or the Farmers clan. It was because of Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen didn't make a move, Dragon 1 felt fear. The beautiful woman suddenly smiled bitterly. She was completely sure why Dragon 1 had retreated not long ago. She had originally thought that Dragon 1 was afraid of her and the Farmers clan elder and didn't want both sides to suffer. Later, when she saw the strength of the 5 dragon guards and Dragon 1, she had her suspicions. At this moment, the beautiful woman finally understood that Long Yi had been afraid of this mysterious Jiangchen, and definitely not of her or that village elder. Rumble. Roar. In an instant, Jiangchen and the 9 demon emperors fiercely fought. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and the body of a crimson monkey exploded in the midst of the purple-gold profound lightning. The sky cracked and the earth cracked. Demonic qi and lightning intertwined. It was as if the world was about to collapse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. At this moment, Shang Long Saint appeared particularly miserable. Roar! Amidst the purple-gold profound lightning that filled the sky, Shang Long Saint had no choice but to be blasted out of his body. His huge dragon body stretched across the sky, but he couldn't escape the purple-gold profound lightning cauldron that continued to expand. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and dense killing intent, the purple-gold profound lightning cauldron's power was terrifying. The sudden arrival of the devil religion and the voice and demonic qi from the bottomless abyss allowed Du Xiaofu to confirm that this was the place the heavenly wood divine tree had said was suppressing the primordial spirit of a powerful demon emperor. In order to prevent that demon from escaping, Du Xiaofu activated the purple-gold profound lightning cauldron. He planned to use the purple-gold profound lightning cauldron to quickly deal with the half-saint dragons. Rumble. Thunder rumbled as purple-gold profound lightning covered the sky. Arcs of lightning dazzled the world. The sky rumbled as purple-gold profound lightning crashed down. It was as if heavenly lightning had descended, dyeing the world into a sea of lightning that spewed out divine light. Under such terrifying destructive lightning, The sky was about to be overturned and everything was destroyed. Roar! Roar! The miserable Shang-Long Saint had long since stepped into the half-saint realm. He was one of the few experts in the world, but at this moment, he was howling endlessly under the purple-gold profound lightning cauldron. Chapter 2011. Kaka. The dragon scales on Shang-Long Saint's body dimmed and cracked. His flesh was exposed, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. His body seemed to be crumbling inch by inch. Shang-Long Saint used all his strength and activated the secret arts of the dragons. He also activated several treasures that were not inferior to the coiling dragon war god armor and the heavenly dragon cover. However, he was still unable to withstand the violent lightning. Pucci, Shang-Long Saint spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon blood in his mouth was like a torrential rain. Under the bombardment of the lightning, his flesh was lacerated and his bones were exposed. It was a tragic sight. A dignified sage-to-be expert was being ravaged like a dying snake at this moment. Shang-Long Saint saw Du Xiaofu being killed and knew that Du Xiaofu had the spiritual lightning and the divine lightning cauldron. However, he did not think that this human in front of him truly had the ability to contend against him. This confidence came from his pride in his bloodline of the dragons. It also came from his disdain for being a half-saint. Even if he could not kill this human, he did not believe that this human could do anything to him. However, the pitiful Shang-Long Saint did not think that his rage would affect his judgment. Perhaps if Saint Shang-Long calmed down and faced Du Xiaofu's sword, he would understand that he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand with his half-saint cultivation. Long Yi had the true dragon blood essence and the true dragon saint slaying blade. He was at the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm and a nirvana realm expert. With such cultivation and strength, he could only protect himself. However, Long Yi was already killed. How could Shang-Long Saint gain the upper hand, let alone kill Du Xiaofu? However, Shang-Long Saint was not completely blinded by rage. He thought that even if he could not kill Du Xiaofu, he still had the ability to protect himself. Shang-Long Saint had been a half-saint for a long time. In this world, even a true saint expert would have to put in a lot of effort to stop him. Below the saint realm, if Shang-Long wanted to leave, who would be able to stop him? However, Shang-Long Saint was too unlucky. Du Xiaofu directly used the purple lightning profound cauldron, making it impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Otherwise, even if Du Xiaofu tried his best, it would be impossible for him to stop Shang-Long Saint from leaving. Aolo! The Shang-Long Saint shook his head and waved his tail, shattering the void. He was burning his own dragon blood, using his own body as the price. He had chosen his own path of destruction, but he still couldn't break free from the purple lightning profound cauldron's restraint. The dragon scales on his body were constantly shattered, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even his saint aura couldn't withstand the destructive lightning strikes. "You can't trap me, you can't trap me!" Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the battlefield. Amidst the violent shaking and cracking of the bottomless cliff, sinister laughter accompanied by monstrous devil chi was about to overturn the bottomless abyss. Walala, within the bottomless abyss, resplendent electric arcs rippled. They carried an extremely hot aura as they silently spread through the void. But if one looked closely, one would realize that the bright electric arcs were actually a very special kind of flame. The flame was burning, and there were traces of a vacuum in the surrounding void. It seemed ordinary, but the stronger one was, the more terrifying the mysterious and bright flame was. The mysterious flame had unknowingly spread throughout the bottomless abyss. It was burning and boiling, illuminating the void, revealing a vast world above it. Ancient lands, broken boulders, huge pits, broken valleys, broken peaks, and huge skeletons lying across the land. Buzz, buzz, in the scene that was illuminated by the void, there were many sabers, spears, swords, and halberds shuttling through the void, making the sound of wind and thunder. "Oh my God!" That's an ancient battlefield with many treasures left behind. Seeing this strange scene, some living beings exclaimed. They had come here and waited for so long in the myriad spirit burial domain to find treasures and obtain the legendary inheritance left behind by the Almighty. This ancient battlefield has been sealed. I don't know where it is. The beautiful woman leading the Mo clan muttered. Has the divine thunder cauldron appeared? The strange scene floated in the air, and such a voice came from an unknown place. It resounded in the void, and the voice was as melodious as an ancient bell. Rumble, as the melodious voice fell, flames began to surge out from the cracks in the huge rock walls of the bottomless abyss like electric arcs. The entire bottomless abyss suddenly became bright, and there was a kind of scarlet blue light wrapped around it. It was like a volcano overflowing with lava, covering the entire bottomless abyss. The mysterious runes on the talismans fluctuated, bringing with them an ancient power. This kind of power was silent, and there were not many fluctuations. However, in the silence, the living beings present felt their spiritual artifacts and Tao artifacts burning for no reason, as if they were about to fuse with their bodies. Their bodies also felt like they were about to spontaneously combust, and there was a terrifying temperature quietly rising in their bodies. This strange temperature was even stranger than the devil chi corroding the soul. Be careful! An old man felt this terrifying temperature, and his face immediately changed in shock. He shouted loudly, reminding the disciples beside him to be careful. Rumble! Inside Mo Shah's divine thunder cauldron, purple gold profound lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth poured into the bottomless abyss at the same time. The purple lightning crashed into the strange scarlet-blue electric flames, corroding and destroying the resplendent talisman runes. Roar! Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit crimson horse monkey's body resisted with all its strength. It erupted with resplendent lightning, turning into the huge lightning turtle and lightning tree, but it could not stop all the purple gold profound lightning from pouring into the bottomless abyss. Boom! Dongli Qingqing made her move, and a dazzling green light burst out. The mysterious aura on her body was raised to the extreme, and she continued to resist the purple gold profound lightning with Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit crimson horse monkey's body. However, the effect was not great. Kiki, you can't trap me anymore. The sinister voice continued to ring out, and devil chi poured out from the scarlet blue flames. The entire world was rumbling and the mountains were shaking. Kill! This scene made Du Xiaofu frown, and his expression was extremely solemn. He used all his strength and wanted to kill Shanglong Saint as quickly as possible. The item that was suppressing the Devil Emperor's primordial spirit under the cliff seemed to be able to be destroyed by the purple thunder cauldron. He had to stop Moksha. Rumble, resplendent and destructive purple lightning burst out from the purple thunder cauldron. This lightning energy was like a dazzling purple gold firework, bursting into the sky. Pft! Shanglong Saint spat out another mouthful of blood. His huge dragon body dimmed, and he was dripping with blood. His skin and flesh were torn open, and it was a tragic sight. Little bastard, I will not let you go. You will pay the price.